that there's, you know, a lot of work for Lynn Vision in a matchup like this, and that, of course, was on LAN. Things can change a bit when you come into the online realm, right? Some teams feel a bit more comfortable in their home setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, looks like we are just about getting things ready. Our first map of the day, of course, is going to be Inferno. And this one has all the makings to be very, very exciting indeed. Without further ado, let's get this show on the road. It's the Season 50 Cup Finals here as Lynn Vision take on Rare Atom, looking to book a spot to Pro League.
Call me Sue. Other side of the smoke here. Here's them coming. Playing it safe as he backs off. The shot's not quite landing for him, unfortunately, and they will indeed punish that fact. They'd taken a chance on more of an A-sided setup in Banana. There's a couple of kills to come back, but Westmelon does his best. It's a nice individual performance. Unfortunately, there's no support from anywhere else. So it's Starry, Wonder Kid at one time to try and clutch up the 1v3. That's not a bad way to start it. He's taking a chance here. Clearing these angles pretty loosely, just hoping that someone peeks into him, spots a bit of a head. Surely has to go down, but no. He's alive still. Tiger playing it well in the 1v1 around the bomb at the very least. Maybe not feeling too confident in his shots, but mentally he has beaten Starry out here and eventually just taps him down, insult to injury, as there was no way of getting that bomb defused. It's a lot closer than Rare Atom would have thought at one point, but they still take it.
Yeah, that went down to the wire a little bit. There's a world, especially with one of either a smoke or a kit. It could have been a completely different story. Tiger didn't hear that second tap, actually, by Starry, hence why he's sort of not peeking. He doesn't even react to it. So there's a world in which that could have been dicey. You know, Starry had gone for maybe a bit of an elongated stick if he had a kit, for example. But in the end, good way to start things off for Rare Atom on your opponent's map pick. Just... Oh, no, sorry. This is their map pick. Yeah, on your map pick.
I feel you. We got the scrolling.
Yeah, scrolling. Yeah. I'm so used to it. Yeah.
Totally.
Scrolling veto. But yes, on your map pick as well. Nice start. You kind of get into a position as well, I think, with how Inferno runs. It's not one of those maps in a way that like Overpass is or like Nuke is, where it is actually quite weighted on one side, and both of those maps, of course, being towards the CT side. This is one of the few maps in the pool that is actually just inherently actually quite even, especially statistically as well. If you can get a good T side, get confident out the gates, that's the only way that Rare Atom are going to fathom a way in this sort of final.
Pretty slow round here thus far. We're a minute in. We've had some smokes come out of the Lynn Vision side, but not an awful lot. Dry swing in at mid.
Wild decision.
It certainly is. Maybe expecting to catch them with smokes in hand. Also, looked like he was expecting a few more players to help him. You know, there was a bit of movement, a bit of maybe we're going to swing, but then it just didn't happen. And they could have gotten away with a bit if, like, all four that were stacked on mid went for the swing. Perhaps an oversell of the bait, maybe? That it's like, oh, we've just got a kill, let's burst onto A, and then they'd walk into the trap. Not quite sure, but as an individual move, it didn't really do anything, and Lynn Vision aren't going to get this. They're going to save up Rare Atom in for number 2.
Yeah. I think they were just a little cautious of the gamble stack, but in the end, I think this is actually a really good call coming through from Lynn Vision, which is just try and keep everything on deck and just reuse it towards the next. And B9 scooped up, little upgrade for ChildKing. He's, of course, the main man to look out for when we watch this Rare Atom side. Mechanically, even an argument to be made that, and I'd probably actually make it, in all fairness, having seen both of these two sides play a hell of a lot this year, and especially both of them play a decent amount on LAN as well. ChildKing, I would say, is probably mechanically, it's close between him and Zaka of who's number 1. I'd probably maybe say throughout this year, because Rare Atom have been nosediving a little bit in terms of rankings and whatnot, I'd say Zaka number 1, but ChildKing is a very, very close second. And, you know, as much as Starry was once that kind of wonder kid, ChildKing is better than him at the moment, and he has been throughout the majority of this year. So talented, but also given very, very good roles in which to do so.
Starry up close on the UMP. Maybe trying to create something in this round. A lot of nades out in Banana. But again, nothing super aggressive from either side. They're both happy to concede bits of control and play things safe. It is one of those things when you rely on experience, you don't quite know what to make of a round like this. Oh, man. The flash is just not good enough. Very difficult, I think, to flash that position. To be fair, he's playing anti, and it will gift that first across to Rare Atom. So once again, a lot of onus on them now on how they want to play things from here.
Right, so Bomb is really not committed, and there's a lurk play happening. ChildKing, he's gaining no information, which is information in itself, right? There's no presence towards long. There's no one holding me, wrapping in behind. I mean, all they have to do is pump the brakes for kind of 5 more seconds, wait for ChildKing to get into a position. However, walking to Call Me Sue. First fight for him. Looks for a second as well. Can't quite deliver as Marek will swing with that back 10. 20 seconds, this bomb. Still got to go down. Zaka met with a nade as well. And there's the flank. Finally pounces as ChildKing all but shores up the round. Amelia caught by ChildKing, and that's a bit of the mechanical prowess that I was on about. This guy is so talented, and he'll continue to prove it. He's so unbelievably confident too. Starry gets one of his own. There's an AK there to work with, but it's a quick shutdown of that. No recovery found. Rare Atom 3-0 start. This is the true test now, though, for Rare Atom. The full buy about to come in place. That was another use of the bonus. Now it comes on to this one. This is where we get to get a look into kind of really what the protocols are actually like for Lynn Vision and how well they're actually starting towards this map.
Yeah, we're going to find out. As you say, the buy is good. Glass cannon orb. Saka really giddy to get that out. We'll see if he's got any plans with it. Goodness me, so many nades in. Westmelon takes some damage, just has to let them fly on in and hope that they do not land perfectly on him. So 50 damage, I think you'll be happy with as 3 nades rain in. No early kill, though, as Rare Atom were trying to create. They really have just let the fear of God into Lynn Vision, though, because we've not really seen an awful lot of presence in Banana from Lynn Vision thus far, and I think that could be somewhat of a worrying prospect. The old conditioning and whatnot, and it gives Rare Atom a lot of control in the early round.
Okay, back towards mid. Setting up the early bits of util. Zaka probably making the smart choice of falling back, but instead, confidence will take over. They're wrapping along. They're in the backline already, and in the open, Starry should have been dead to rights. He eventually will fall to the hands of ChildKing, and this AWP on site has no chance. That's it. Round done. Another round for Rare Atom, and they are doing it with ease. This is effortless right now for Rare Atom.
Yeah, really quite surprising. Lynn Vision, maybe one of the worries that we had, you know, is the very basic how do you look today type vibe. But yeah, this is really not what we were expecting. I don't think Lynn Vision have given us anything to be excited about. There was the clutch attempt in the pistol. Man alive. Not even going to live. Not even going to live. Surely Amelia goes down as well. Plenty of time left to hunt. Just deleted. Rare Atom looking so crisp right now. Really quite confident in themselves again to highlight. When they played most recently, this was the map that Rare Atom won and won pretty handily. So it's a rough way perhaps for the series to start for Lynn Vision, but they're not really supposed to be pushovers on this map either.
It's true.
So, you know, you can maybe say the one map that we're on about is sort of an anomaly, but it shouldn't be a recurring factor, and it looks like it might just be. So I don't know where they are right now.
Really battered Chingus Warriors on it yesterday. It was really never a doubt in our mind when we watched them. 13-7, it was pretty effortless. It easily could have been even more one-sided as well. Just a few rounds that were left to kind of slip. Only down, Call Me Sue, forced forward, can't fall away. If they had a nade on that corner as well, he would be in a lot of trouble. Triple stack in here. Feels unlikely you get too much. Oh my, there was a chance if he stood tall, Tiger could have got 2. Yeah, this should be a 5-0 start for Rare Atom. I can't see them falling flat here to the upgrades.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. They're also backing off from B to just try and bolster A and give that a real solid go. I was going to say the bomb looks like it's headed to B, but they have pivoted here. So it might be more of a bloodbath than we were first expecting. Starry yesterday had that Deagle round. I think it started from a nasty little angle like that. He's discovered a few of them here on Inferno. This one's slightly different. Timing is good. Oh, nearly 2. Nearly 2 for him. Gap closes. Is there any support? The flashes are awful. What's happened here? Call Me Sue finds 3 on the CZ. Oh my god. ChildKing cannot recover. Zaka cleans it up with a nice shot as well. Maybe we catch that from Call Me Sue's perspective, but those, I don't think those were CT flashes. I think those were T flashes that got fluffed up. There is Amelia with a flash, maybe. Can't quite track it, unfortunately, in the replays, but yeah, man, that was so unlikely. Call Me Sue on the CZ of all weapons.
Yeah, has no right to be getting a multi-kill there. Super, super well done. You know, at times there's obviously been reservations and sort of doubts in a sense with Sue in terms of his impact for this side, and it's moments like that where and worth their weight in gold. What a time for him to step up first on the board, but Rare Atom just completely overthink that situation. They get a kill towards B, and that one smoke, they just don't want to react to it. They don't want to go forward. Tough to watch because you just can't afford to make mistakes like that. Chingus Warriors did it a few times, and it was so costly in that game yesterday, and that's where you're going to allow Lynn Vision back in towards this game.
Well, we'll see. A gift that they absolutely have to work with now, have to capitalize on. Setups once again, though. Flash is good.
Flash.
Yeah. So one and done, maybe. We'll see whether that is enough for them. They, again, though, have set up for that contingency, it feels like. Maybe just making their presence known, gathering information. They rotated a player quite early before they flashed in. So I think they knew that he was likely to just go down quite quickly after the fact. It is going to be that B hit. Call Me Sue behind the smoke. They opt to go through dry. Again, just 1 for 1. We'll see here. Zaka is the man that you look towards to be the unknown element. He goes down too easily, and the round is absolutely on now for that T side.
This is a difficult retake. It really is. It'll come through and it'll soften up Tiger, but Tiger's might have single-handedly won this one already, and yeah, they're angling for the save. I do not blame them. I don't think they could have got back in towards that site, or not really, without it having to be a lot of fortune going in their favor. And they just don't like those odds. Tiger, the 2 that he gets are so good. And there's another round back for Rare Atoms. It's all well and good getting the gimmicky round, right, if you're Lynn Vision, but that's the second time on a full buy for both sides where they've kind of been decimated on an execute. Nice work. Tag will go down to the bomb, but for the most part, they don't really care. They got money in reserve, so they're all right. 5 to 1. There's the 5th round. They finally get it after just a brief hiccup. It starts quite well. The flash looks really nice. Initial setup's okay. I don't even really blame Call Me Sue for only getting 1 there, but that second kill that Tiger gets in towards Coffins, so important. And they continue to pull a little further and further away. Lynn Vision, I'm actually just really surprised Lynn Vision haven't called for a pause.
Yeah, it's true. It is very true. Rolling through the motions early is maybe not the way, and, you know, we've seen a few interviews from these guys, especially Sue, very open about the fact that, you know, the comms are just not quite good enough, and we didn't play well enough, and they seem like quite a mentally driven team at times, as this whole region feels that way. So something you really want to get on top of. We see it an awful lot. Starry Getting aggressive, finds the first. Nice and easy, able to back away. So maybe the beginning of something here for Lynn Vision.
Let's see. Oh, shot. Tiger getting the entry. Oh, and Lehan going to add to it too. B-side broken open. Smoke down CT in this round all but one. And there it is. Not a lot they can do to deny. Amelia might try and go through this. And with the flash, on a second behind as well, but everybody's blind. Amelia dives in, gets one, gets out. That in itself isn't bad. I might even give a little legs to this round in a 3 versus 3. Bomb planted. Zaka wraps around the corner of Coffins, but a smoke will obscure his vision.
Lihang up top here. Is he going to be expected? Against the AWP as well. It's a pretty good angle. Yeah, and there it is. Almost a free kill for him. He will get traded, but the damage is done. Starry too far away from the action on 17 HP. He wasn't really feeling it, down to his teammates. That is most certainly, you know, again, one of those conversations you have. 3-on-3, yes, but you got an AWP and a low HP player. Maybe again you just save. You're desperate for rounds here, but they try and give it a go. It doesn't work out. Falls very flat. Rare Atom's lead is building exponentially here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've already got, at a worst case scenario, a tied game at the half on the T side, lot to like. Lot to like. I'm very, very concerned with what we've got going on now. This is not what you want to see. Slim Vision side. Unfortunately, just so little on offer at the moment. And again, I'm still saying I'm so surprised that we haven't been calling these pauses, slowing things down, taking a bit of a breather. They just fly into the fight every single time.
I feel like Rare Atom just don't have to do an awful lot into these rounds.
Yeah.
A lot of the control just kind of comes to them. I do like this, though. As I'm saying it, we've got late nades from Lynn Vision to try and regain some control. So they obviously know that something is up. A trading of flashes here. Numbers are pretty good for Lynn Vision. So Rare Atom just have to be careful with how aggressive they want to get here. That smoke, I think, gives the message and will force them back. So finally, some solid battling in Banana leaves Rare Atom uncomfortable, to say the least. An early peek from ChildKing goes down to the AWP. Got 4 on A now as well. Feels like one of the better chances in a long time that we've had for Lynn Vision. This should, you would hope, convert into a round, but we'll see.
Yeah, numbers advantage. You just need to play together. Bit of a spam. We're smelling. In a bit of trouble, and he is. Tiger again. He's having such good efficiency when it comes to cracking open the B site, and he gets another as well. Tiger is electric right now. Sake might face through this. He might, and he gets a kill, and he gets around the corner. Yes, he does. Round done. Zaka, what a move from him. What a move. Tiger's heroics are not enough, and he'll go down to the HE at the end. Oh, that is a tough way for that round to end, and especially for Tiger. I got a feel for him. What a round he's had, all for it to completely capitulate like that.
Yeah, wild. Absolutely wild. Lynn Vision, another gift to get them around. So, you know, I think they're not really convincing us. Very, very, very flat finishes to some of these rounds. Tiger going to eat a lot of damage into this one. He's back with a bit of a vengeance. Looking for a peek. And there it is.
Oh,
We'll take it despite the low HP. Zaka trades. So at least there is that. And Zaka sticks around. Wants another bite of the cherry here. So we'll see if he's able to take another one with him. Smoke goes down. Not going to fight just yet. So 4 on 4. Decent for Lynn Vision. Something Rare Atom have been pretty good with, though, is just confusing them and playing those mind games quite well.
Just want to say as well, that flick from Zaka, mental. Really, really nut shot in all fairness. He was so trained on that top of corner wall. Sorry. He got first. The first dives out, gets one, looks for two, can't quite find it. Quick trade that will come in, but Amelia's there to try and bail them out. This round basically put on the shoulders of ChildKing, with Marek being low, but he'll be the one to plant that bomb. ChildKing has won rounds like these before. He starts by taking a dink, and it's a second one behind it as Call Me Suit deletes him. Marek, the vet, we need something special for one. For a second as well, his attention drawn away, and the pistol pulled out of Zaka. That was a little messy. But it's Lynn Vision who do get the round in the end.
Okay. Some consistency here. Again, still need a super clean round, I think, to really convince us that they're fully back, but maybe I'm being a bit too nitpicky. Ultimately, stringing some together is going to be good here. Opportunity to even things up here, of course. Going to be a low buy from Rare Atom. So not as much delivered for them in this round. Time will most certainly tell, however. Lynn Vision have to see this one off. Win out the next rifle, and they've really recovered what could have been a very, very poor half. We've got the nade strike onto B. Only one player over here now. This is not a good look right now. Westmelon manages to get some util down. Oh, the flashes. God almighty, so very awkward. It works out for him, though, as he does get another opportunity. Down to just ChildKing, and now Tiger, as I get the words out. Can he even get the bomb plant here? Maybe, with a headshot like that, but as the smoke goes down, he will be finished off. They'll take that. They will take that. That was a dangerous rush.
Yeah, there was a moment there where you felt like the rush had actually a bit of the advantage. Or Atom, couple things that had gone right. Even just one more kill that Deagle into a CT actually could have given them a bit of breathing room. Do you finally see a pause, though? The one real worry here for Rare Atom, yes, 6 rounds on T-side is good. No one's going to take that away from them. The big worry, however, is actually if you allow Lynn Vision to scale in towards this game and get to 6 themselves, then you're actually in towards a position where it's like, okay, well, actually, they've got all the momentum. They've just chained, what, 5 rounds together in a row to close out the half. We're on the back foot despite the scoreline being even. And they're then going on towards the T side, which again, you know, we're looking towards Lynn Vision. It leans into individuals who can really kind of take over the round a bit. Westman likes to fly in towards fights with Starry, has his moments on the lurks as well. They're at him. They've got to get at least one more in this first half for me.
Oh, Amelia. Aggression is successful. The second is criminal. Should have never gotten away with that. Crunch coming in here as well. Don't really know where to look. Westmelon with the final catch, and there you go. Lynn Vision's probably first super dominant round where they were fully in control the whole way, making things happen. They'll be very, very happy with that. This has been a super keen turnaround here, Nao. I think maybe we do start to worry for Rare Atom a little moving into the second half. They have completely lost the wind from their sails. Lynn Vision the opportunity to even it up.
I am worried. I be worrying. You know what I mean? This is they are really losing control so quickly. And it's never really what you want to see. So at this position, with things rapidly getting out of hand, how do we make something work from this? How do we recover this? I mean, one more round at the end of the half, like I said, that for me, just that bit of breathing room. But with this kind of buy, it was unlikely. Swing. Oh, Starry. Honestly, got to do better there. And Patience might have actually been his best friend. An upgrade picked up. So ChildKing now wields the Galil Westmelon. This is bold. Got to win the fight, and he does. Does he expect a second, or does he just fall away? And thankfully, it's option 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is well played. Such a readable move, you know?
Yeah.
Same aggression as last round. Starry getting aggressive, it all sort of fell into place a little bit, but Westmelon maybe felt like he was too far committed to just abandon the idea. Really well done to get away, though. I like that. That's some good, solid discipline that we sometimes don't see in these Chinese domestic derbies especially, they can get very, very, very scrappy. So yeah, Westmelon dropping back. We're a big fan of that. A somewhat compromised. They've given up a lot more space than you would expect with just 3 players over here. Amelia, what is going on? He's in behind enemy lines, does not know where to look. God, that's a mess. Li Hang somehow still alive despite his low HP. We've got Zaka on the site. He loves an angle like this around the pillar. He's missed the timing, though, on this last player. Tiger, then, in the opportunity to clutch up. Not going to happen. And Call Me Sue with a couple shutdowns there to close things out. 6-6 at the turn of the half. Huge streaks either way. We'll see if it continues in the second.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a Benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of A to Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could light the hood. I need a brown skinned chick.
Welcome back in. Second half here. It's dead even as we get into the nitty-gritty of Inferno here. As T-side Lynn Vision. They looked a little better on this T-side yesterday. That's what I'll say. So, that's all I'm saying for now, but that's what I will say. We're going to find out if they can continue delivering as we move into what could be another close half here now. I think certainly these two teams are going to be hard to split this afternoon.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I feel like Rare Atom has squandered a massive chance. You've allowed Lynn Vision in towards this map. If Lynn Vision get a pistol here, I really, really do worry for this Rare Atom side. Decoy down to clear their close one. In comes the Util as well. We're heading towards B, but a smoke and a nade behind it will soften up Westmelon primarily. They might just go through. They're going to break it open themselves. It's the bomb going first. Westmelon, that is a crazy move as the bomb is dropped into a pool. Summer takes a little bit in the flames. Do they clear Nubox? They know he's there. And Lee Hang will fall. So bomb can be recovered and planted. And now it's a numbers disadvantage retake for Rare Atom. Best of luck.
Yeah, not going to be easy here. Pretty far away from proceedings as well. No kit. We'll find out. Tiger's got this flash lined up. It's going to have to be pretty nuts. There's certainly a chance after the contact comes in. Call Me Sue doesn't get blinded by it, but... Oh, he's left isolated.
Hang on.
Shots have landed. Starry here will lose his head. And the defuse comes in. Nice and easy. They managed to pull it off. Wow, the positions look so good, but... That's those USPs, man. Turn in an instant.
Yeah, they just can't hit their shots. I also feel like as well, for Lynn Vision, that one, they're not playing really confident in the post plant. They're not actually trying to vie for the fights. They're like umming and ahhing a little bit. And Rare Atom just put their foot down and said, right, this is the engagement we're taking, and this is how we're taking it on this timing. And Lynn Vision fall flat. It's a bad way to lose that, in all fairness. 4 versus 3 on the site. You should not be dropping that. So for Lynn Vision, they've still, of course, got glaring errors of their own that plague this side. But for Rare Atom, thank God they get that first round. They needed that so bad. It was 5 in a row by Lynn Vision tail end of the half. And if they just continue that run in towards the second, this could have been a very quick map, in all fairness, where they just run away with it.
It's true. A little quiet here from Lynn Vision as they look to catch a head, catch a peek. See Rare Atom playing really far back on the A-bomb site here. So given a lot of space across, utility ends up being somewhat wasted, I suppose, for the T side, but they do get the control that they were after. I think the Rare Atom MO is like, don't give them any early kills, don't let this get out of hand, force them into us, and ChildKing, beautiful anti-setup, same from Lee Hang over here. Pip to the post, unfortunately. Lynn Vision thought they had a slick idea, but not the case. Zaka gets rid of an M4. I suppose that's something, but not going to happen here. 14 HP, 30 seconds. He is a goner. Maybe one more kill if he's lucky. The round is not going to happen. Okay. Okay. That's a little overkill, but at least he committed to the idea of just chucking stuff out of the map.
Yeah, nice idea, not nice execution, I guess, ultimately. I mean, in the end, just making sure here on the CT side. ChildKing, he's such an effortlessly kind of like fun player to watch when he really starts to get going. But I think, you know, other people that are definitely worth mentioning, obviously Tiger on that T side was great, but I think Lehan's actually had some really decent impact. In that first half, when things were going well, he was actually quite crucial in a lot of those rounds. And on the CT side, they do call on Lehan quite a bit. We just need to see a tiny bit more out of Summer. Well, I say tiny, we need to see a lot more, to be fair. Just some impact out of him. He doesn't always show up, and he does have these maps, and unfortunately sometimes in series where he goes missing. We're hoping it's not one of those, but he's really been yet to get into the thick of it so far.
Yeah, I need a bit more. Need a bit more for sure. Similar to how the first half started, though. They lose out the pistol in close fashion, to be fair. They did manage to wrestle things back. Just not as much breathing room this time around. Zaka is an easy find through the smoke. Nothing much coming in this one now. Got the Deagles hanging out. Maybe a head or two on the cards, but Rare Atom, they've looked good in the anti-ecos.
Okay, I'm close. ChildKing, Lee Hang, one apiece, and Summer gets into the thick of it. Leon dive around that corner. That is a lot of cash for the MP9s. 4 to 5 kills found with them. I mean, they're stockpiling money now on the CT side, and actually that's probably in itself one of the most damning things about the position that Rare Atom are in, and one of the hardest things about fathoming a way back into this again for Lynn Vision is you've actually got to do this the hard way. You've got to do this in not only gun rounds basically for a long time, but also on top of that as well, you've got to make sure that you aren't losing too many casualties because you don't have any residual cash. So you've got to win rounds and win rounds dominantly, and then you've got to do that consistently. That's a pretty big ask.
Oh my goodness, the nade damage. Huge to kick off the round. Crazy work here. Lee Hang. Looking once again to try and find a cheeky one through the smoke, and I'd say the odds are in his favor for that. He does back up. Wow, he's thinking about it. You know, I think there's not actually a flash with his name on it. Okay, I thought maybe Summer had a flash from there, but not the case. He's close on the spams, man. He's got the right idea, but now it gets a bit more dangerous as his utility starts going down. They take a crack at him, and they have to concede banana control for now. So, see what Lynn Vision can do with this.
Lee Hang caught by the flash. The first for Summer. Lee Hang, one of his owners, he dips down as well, up on high. Starry trying to get above him, and Starry could get two. Oh, what a transfer by him, but Tiger spam through the smoke, comes up successful. And Starry's 1 foot in the grave. Numbers advantage here, and they're now doubled down as ChildKing gets a tap through. It's all on the shoulders of Kormisu. 1 versus 3.
Super dangerous here. Kormisu, Molotov'd out and will be dealt with easily. Rare Atom up to double digits. No real sweat off their brow for that one now. Ultimately a very simple round coming their way. Lynn Vision, the execute didn't look too bad, but they needed that individual moment to just sort of keep them in the conversation, not even in the round itself. Starry does well, but not much else from the rest of the team. Lynn Vision certainly lacking on this T side.
10-6, 3 rounds away. This path is getting harder and harder, more pressure on the shoulders of this Lynn Vision side. Tiger with the AWP. The beautiful thing about watching Tiger as well so far is that he has been as good with the rifles as with the AWP. You maybe make the argument that maybe he's actually better so far as well, because he's just looked that good. AK in his hands. I'd back him in any engagement right now against absolutely anybody in the server. Tiger gonna play up close. So he can flash off the angle. Yes, he does. It's actually a great flash by Zaka. Westmelon with a team kill. ChildKing will drop him. Marek is on fire. This is becoming dicey. He has to get one, and he does. That's good. But ChildKing, he's going to buy time for rotations. He's going to wrap all the way in towards shore. 2 versus 2 on the retake. Health advantage for the T side as well. And he spots the head. Starry gets dinked. ChildKing's causing a bit of a menace, but where is Lee Hang? When does he start to pounce through that smoke? Starry really can't afford to peek here, so a lot of this is on the shoulders of what Zaka can do. AK in hand. As he waits, ChildKing sneaking his way forward as well. Starry gets one. It's all on ChildKing. He's waiting to choose his engagement. There's one cold Zera, one mini. You can't even isolate these fights, so he's going to try and get out of there. Exit frags is probably as good as it gets, and he can't even get those. That's a really needed round for Lynn Vision as they get up to 7. I think just to pass survive the bomb as well. They both would have gone down.
Yeah, pretty lucky on that. The boost of cash, but a lack of kits for those remaining couple of players, costing them pretty massively, which, you know, maybe begs the question. We didn't catch all of it, but where were they? I hope there wasn't any spare cash for those players that could have gone towards a kit. Either way, it might not have made the biggest of differences. Lynn Vision, right at the moment where you say they need to get back on the board, do so. What is this nade damage? The follow-ups as well. Monstrous. Rare Atom maybe not going to be too bothered about the previous round. That is nuts. I think a Molotov down that they ran through an initial nade, and then a follow-up airstrike is absolutely devastating. Not only 2 kills, pretty much a third onto Amelia. And they've taken barely a lick of damage here now. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, pretty mental. Shot by Zaka. Tiger. Caught napping a little bit. Liang's also made a bit of noise as well, so they know he's coffins. He threw a pop flash, which was easily avoided, and a bit of spam through to try and cause a problem. Oh, boys, what are we doing? Amelia goes down to Zaka's nade. How has that been messed up so badly? And ChildKing's gonna go through the smoke. No bomb plant for you, Zaka. All on him. He's got 40 seconds, but this is just catastrophic for Lynn Vision. So many mistakes being made here. And they know they don't need to peek. He can't get a plant off here. Zaka knows this is all but done. Every angle is a possibility. And he's going to angle to save. 11th for Rare Atom. And that was a tough watch. Not only does Zaka get the team kill, by the way, but he also is not holding the CT smoke, so ChildKing just walks through and kills Starry.
I want to say I heard an AWP shot ring off. I think he missed. Yeah.
Also, even worse.
Yeah, I suppose. That is true. That is true. I don't know. Participation trophy, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
I think he just missed.
He did just miss. So, that's pretty damning.
Damn. Yeah. Could have been a round. Zaka and Starry in the clutch, probably the 2 players that you would want, especially in this game, the way people are performing. But not quite happening. It's Lynn Vision who are slipping up. It's Lynn Vision who are missing bits and pieces. I will give them the caveat they had an idea into that round, and, you know, once in a blue moon, the opposition are going to have the exact counter to your idea, and I think that's exactly what happened there, unfortunately for them. So much damage, so many initial kills. They're angry. Amelia charges out. Marek going to get traded as well. It's just ChildKing in on the site. Couple from him going to be needed. That second is so clean. And the support has now arrived. The cavalry to back him up has now arrived. Call Me Sue left low. So Zaka, the call is upon him once again to try and deliver. Couldn't do it in the previous round. Can he do it here? The answer is no. Rare Atom fend off another Lynn Vision idea very effectively.
Map point. And thoroughly deserved, in all fairness. If you break it down to essentially just gun rounds, for the most part, it has been one-way traffic. Lynn Vision, just way too many mistakes for them. They have squeezed together an investment heading into what is most likely the final round of this map, and it's okay. A couple of AKs, a couple of MAC-10s, and a Galil to round it out. But there's just really been no superstars towards Lynn Vision so far and towards this map, and the same can't be said on the other side. Tiger's going to get a leg, and he's one of the names that we'll bring up. But it's ChildKing. Like I said, mechanically, I would make the argument, potentially even the best player in the server. Between him and Zaka. And so far, it has been ChildKing. He is so good and so consistent. And he is going to be the real thorn in the side of Lynn Vision throughout this series. And he has been so far in map 1. Liang's had fantastic impact in his own regard. And those 3... they've just been too difficult to deal with for this Lynn Vision side.
No one on the back of the flash. Lynn Vision pressure is on to deliver here. Couple flashes in banana. Trying to clear that out. Okay. The Molotov, the friendly fire, quite literally. Second one as well, sort of. It's a little not as bad, but I think he still wanted to stick around and fight either way.
Just hurrying his decision up a little bit.
Yeah, it's all good.
Indecisive, mate. Here's some flames at your feet.
Yes, yeah. That'll get you going. Hot coals.
Yeah. Therapeutic, some say. That one didn't seem so much. Amelia. MAC-10 will find the first. Lihang gets the trade, but it's all about Marek, stuck in towards Coldzeri. Can't escape from here, but he would love a bit of support. And he gets a dink across both Zaka and Call Me Sue. They are so close to the grave, but they've got that bomb down. And it's all on the shoulders of Summer, who's had a pretty woeful map by all things considered.
We'll see. Super, super doable, of course. Sneaking. Hidden away. Gotta beat the AWP. Has to beat the AWP here. Has to be quicker. And I think he was seen. He's flicked on. No wherewithal for that position. Lynn Vision will fight to live another day. And just about able to get that one over the line.
Yeah, that is fine margins. I mean, it all comes down to that Cole's era box fight, right? You know, you line up a double dink from that spot and one extra bullet even going into a 1 versus 1, and you favor Summer every day of the week there. Even despite him really looking quite unconfident on this map. Well, we shall see. Is that going to be a lifeline of staying into this? Last time they played Inferno, which was all about 4 days ago, it was a 13-9 to Rare Atom.
Similar.
Yeah, similar vibes. I mean, to be fair, if Lynn Vision get a 9th here, the 10th then actually becomes a bit of a freebie because there isn't really any long-term cash here for Rare Atom. They're broken if they lose this one, if they aren't able to save.
It could be a really big round.
Ooh, hang on. ChildKing Cubby, they've not been playing Cubby basically at all. This actually could be a big oversight.
Yeah, and I think that's really what they're all trying to sell. He has stepped on that.
Ah, okay, never mind. GG. See you next round, mate.
Yeah, the surprise of it all. Could still get something done. Of course. Pesky angle to deal with, and he's been looking real strong. And there is a Molotov, but he's in long hauls. Oh no, okay, Westmelon has picked one up as well. Didn't quite catch that. They're not going to go for the molly here. Timing makes a big difference. They silently clear things, but yeah, he does well to find one. 15 seconds to get the bomb down. They've left it.
Guys.
Oh my goodness. They didn't recover it. This really could make a difference. There's going to be panic just all over now. Lee Hang is in. They deal with Marek. The bomb planner's got to get in there. He's just got time. Just got time. They were maybe thinking that he hadn't, you know, a weird sort of swapping of positions. Rare Atom now also panicking in the comms. Oh my goodness, rightfully so. A crazy round across the board here. Still not over just yet. Zaka spots and finishes Tiger.
Not again, surely.
Lee Hang in a 1 versus 2. Is he going to give it a go? Maybe try and get this AWP and just get out, but it looks like he kind of fancies himself. Not going to happen. Really adverse to saving at this, I wouldn't even say level of the game, but just in these types of games, they really seem to go for it. Some sort of gentleman's agreement, all the same. No money for Rare Atom now.
How have they survived again?
I know, correct.
How? Actually, it is mental, but credit to it. And Zach is actually a key component in both of those rounds, no less. I cannot believe they get away with that. Planting with like 4.5 seconds on the clock, right down to the wire. Even the position of where to plant is kind of baffling. Like, you could have easily planted up close and still been safe, but they kind of go round the box to secure up the post plant. In the end, it worked, so we don't need to go into the finer details, but my god, it was bated breaths there for a mere moment. Moving as a pack, Rare Atom, and in all fairness, the gamble call here seems to be, at least initially, correct. They're heading towards B. There's 4 players here to meet them. ChildKing's got a flash too.
Yeah, this could be very dangerous. 5-7 finds the first. Flash is good. Could be a little too good. They couldn't quite capitalize. There will be some kills back in. Oh, that one worries me. Zaka on the AK here as he swaps up from the AWP. Looking again to be the hero. It is directly a 2 versus 1. Marek is not with them. Lee Hang, though, with this 5-7. He's been deadly, but Zaka is quicker. And again, he has bailed them out here, Neo. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. The third round in a row where this is 90% just based on the shoulders of Zaka. Bomb will go down planted by him. And there's a reason, again, going back to this conversation I brought up a few times already of ChildKing versus Zaka. Both of them have such heroic moments, but Zaka, in terms of impact, he is winning out that battle so far. P250 for Marek feels highly unlikely, especially now that he's spotted. And Starry will close the door on the round. Oh, that was way too close, considering the level of investment that Rare Atom brought, but even still, we've got a game on our hands here, and I can't lie, in current form, and especially current individual form for Zaka, something tells me overtime might be on the cards.
Hey, very possible. Very, very possible. But we'll see. This is always the case. Now the pressure is all of a sudden back on for Lynn Vision. Where at one point they might have subconsciously felt it was a bit over. There's 4 more maps to get it done in. And now they have managed to pull it back against the odds. Still a bit more work to be done, and that is the question. Do they have it in the tank? Mid control comes in. Late rotation. Very slim window of opportunity here. Unfortunately, not quite quick enough, so Tiger will join the pack. I reckon the pit been here for a long time now. Seems to be his favoured position for sure. Still not dedicating the bomb in towards A, so we might see a B hit yet. Yeah, what is the decision here? They look as indecisive as ever, really. I'm running right in towards mid. Call's now being made, but heading back towards B. And while shifting, it's a bit of a foot race back towards B because the rotation is coming over from Summer. And it looked like there was a temptation for a second there as well to drag over Tiger too. A smoke down, and a pretty aptly timed smoke as well, with 30 seconds on the clock. In they come. We need something. Oh my god. Amelia tagged to the smoke. Going up on high, though, it's always overlooked, and Summer falls again. Li Hang, 1 HP, so getting any more was unlikely. And that'll be that. This lack of impact from Summer is becoming more and more of a problem every single round. And it's a save call for Rare Atom. Envision making a 1-round game. Wild. Wild stuff here. Gonna find out if it does indeed need a few more rounds. They're on the hunt. If they take the guns away, I'm pretty confident we go to an overtime. First time in a long time we're seeing a solid save, you know. And we'll see. They're on the way. There's maybe a chance that a couple players go down, but maybe on the T side of things, it would appear they just can't quite close that gap. So they do well to save those all-important weapons for sure.
What a way to start off a series, though, and a grand final. The full 24, and let's be frank, most likely and some. I don't see this one ending here. Lynn Vision, they finally figured out where the errors and the issues are. Cough, cough, target Summer. It's working. It's working. 12 to 11. He'll wield a FAMAS, rifles across the board, but we also start to see a little bit less of that impact from ChildKing. Hasn't got a kill in the last few rounds. Need him to once again step up, find a little bit of that form. Put pressure on in the way that he can. And I actually do want to see proactivity from Rare Atom. I think at the moment, because they've been losing a lot of control, they are starting to shell up a tad on the CT sides. They're not gathering as much information as you want to from a team. And I'd love for them to do something a little bit more unorthodox. Like, for example, banana control, which it seems to be something they're attempting. Li Hang and Tiger are having a look in. If they can take deep banana control here, that's a good way to go about it. But it might not matter. They're going towards A.
Charging up. Picking up the pace. We'll see.
Oh.
Is this going to be the be-all and end-all? Trade from ChildKing is pretty big. 2 towards long. Certainly going to be unexpected. Lee Han goes down on the backside. And Starry catches Marek on the edge of a perfect smoke. ChildKing doing his best to keep them alive. The out in the open battles. Goodness me. A dangerous, dangerous fight. Comes down to the 1 versus 1. ChildKing is very low.
He's nervous.
He's gone straight through this smoke. Amelia surely not going to be expecting it. All going to come down to the timing. Oh my God. Can't be serious. He's just made it around the corner, but I think ChildKing is savvy.
He should catch him in mid, right?
Where else? Where else can he be?
He's ran.
He's on the sprint. He's going to get away again. Able to reset the round here. Oh, no. Not what ChildKing wanted, right? Engagement going to be completely reset. Still, though, in from Banana. Will he expect him? He's going to hear all this. He's got decent info.
Got a molly.
Amelia out in the open. Bit of an off angle. ChildKing moving up high. Oh, the Molotov. He sees him. He hears him. But ChildKing still manages to find the kill. Oh, and rightfully so. Amelia just needed... I mean, I think he did land a bullet. He was 20 HP, and now he's 19. So through the woodwork, I guess. Goodness me, that is as close as it comes to take the victory.
ChildKing, you are so good. What a clutch coming out from him. But actually, in all fairness, he gets 2 of those kills in sub 30 HP in that round. The second one he gets in towards long is so unbelievably important as well. It's a trade on towards...
To Dust2, their pick, something that they do have a few very recent reps on against this team, sure, but, you know, they've been playing it a lot this month. Hopefully that is something that can provide some confidence, but we are ready to get into the action here, folks. Dust2 underway from Inferno to Dust2. It is the bottom end of the map pool, perhaps, but maybe some excitement once again, as Inferno did provide a little towards the end there.
Yeah, credit to it for the worst map in the pool. It actually did have some exciting moments. So, look at this. Oh my God. They're all the way up mid. Tiger could catch one on the crosshair. Corby2 would have heard these steps at the very least, but he also technically might be hearing the steps walk away. ChildKing, go for a knife. Why not? Literally just get the cash. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh my God, he's going to walk past them. 4x3. Okay, he's going to confirm the kill. There was a chance there. Bomb will go down, but bodies are dropping, and they are dropping quick. It's a 2 versus 5 in a matter of moments. Not a single point of damage has been dealt towards the CTs yet until now, but Lihang and Summer shut the door. Oh my God. Rare Atom are not taking any prisoners.
No, looking pretty clean here, man. I think it's something that really did decide things over on that first map. You know, Summer left a bit to be desired, but ChildKing was taken over. And I think put them in the position to win pretty cleanly. And then it just sort of fell. The rounds getting away from him, away from the team. So maybe we see a different side of Summer at least, and we don't have to point too many fingers. That's a great way to start. Envision, meanwhile, going to take that bomb plant to its extreme. They get plenty of cash here. So they're looking for a clean buy up into this next round.
Yeah, no surprises, of course. We see that investment, full Envision with the plant, but there's a lot of firepower over towards Rare Atom. One thing that's worth maybe keeping a bit of an eye on is just the fact that Utah is a little thin there. And no kit. They're hoping that they can kind of brute force this sort of around. Westman going to contact him through, but that's the bomb. What a bad place for it to spill forward. Tiger, he can sit up close if he wants to. But he gets head ripped off. Call me Sue on the jump up. Finds it and now can also wield the weapon too. Nice work by ChildKing. Nice work.
Yeah. Again, looking good.
He's so confident. It's just like the thing that makes him so fun to watch. Like, he just backs himself in every engagement. Well, shouldn't have backed it off in that one, though.
Yeah, sometimes.
Too much.
Gotta check yourself. Bless him. But the round itself should ultimately be Rare Atoms. We look at 52 HP between these two players. Not really enough. Unless Lihang loses his head. Super quick here. Not going to be the case. Much better fight for him, and he will find them both cleanly. Lovely stuff. So, Rare Atom moving up to 2, not conceding a bomb plant, not taking too much damage. That's kind of the best that you can expect in a realistic question.
There's nothing really Fallen Vision to work on this one. It's constellation kills, but that's about as good as it gets. So, 2 should turn 3. Without there being that much to speak about in this one. Again, you can start to see where very quickly Lynn Vision have had their issues here. Nice nade. 52 points of damage. Basically a max HP one at that. The boost up. Head spotted. And Summer could have afforded, honestly, to stick around there.
Westmelon with this Deagle. Oh, flash comes his way. He was waiting for a fight to come his way. Can't keep it together, unfortunately. And down they will go. 3-0 found. Not much work for Rare Atom just yet. Lynn Vision back with their strongest buy, of course. The AWP's out here for Zaka. Get on the glass cannon. He's not afraid to go armorless on that AWP. Really quite desperate to pull it into every round. See if he can have the impact here. Maybe try and find an opening kill. Somebody else needs to join Call Me Sue on the scoreboard. As they're all lacking. They are all lacking.
So I'm going to set up close. You can actually take a little bit more long control here. We've got 2 players. And a third kind of playing through the site. Could even afford, really, to have both in that direction. But someone's going to dip back. Shore up mid a little bit. Flashing towards short. That'll force Tiger off the angle. There goes a little quiet. Molly down towards doors. Just in case they're trying to contact their way through. Marek probably had to do a bit better there. Tiger caught by the flash. He's sticking around, though. I kind of love it. It's so audacious, but why not? And especially if it works. Gets a kill, and he realizes no one else is here.
Yeah, that's a little awkward, isn't it? Really not going to be ideal. Westmelon. Westmelon, if he plays this well, could be everything. He's got the info for his teammates. Doesn't seem to matter too much for the B players. They've got a decision to make now. Going to look to bail, but Summer is here to defend and gets both. Dropping that bomb as well. Westmelon then going to have it all to do. Summer gives him the space, gets the hell out of dodge. He has a bomb to recover. There's a guy behind him as well. What a mess of a round. What a mess.
Oh, chaos, mate. Absolute chaos in that one. But it's a 4-0 start for Rare Atom. And they continue just rolling through the motions. I love this move by Tiger. Not only for the kill itself, but it's actually just the amount of information you get. Hence why Rare Atom go for that double rotate over towards doors. And while they double swing through it to get that kill. Clear the B site. Know they can play through it. And sure, Westmelon does end up getting a kill of his own, but at that point, he actually missed the window. He had to get one of those B rotate players in, not the guy in CT. Lihang uses one of those AWPs. He's on the secondary for the opener, but Summer will fall to the hands of Starry. Marek, right idea. Molly will bank a fight out here. He's dead to right. Starry, there's no surviving that. Whether it was the flames or the M4, you were going down.
So true. Man advantage, Rare Atom. Looking to take this over the line. Tiger trained in on this AWP. Nade's going to come round. Trickle smokes, of course. Keeping it simple. HE doesn't do anything for us just yet. Tiger has to change up. It's been a drop towards CT. It's been heard. It's been communicated. And he has been found before finding a kill. So a pretty big deal. Is there enough info traded back to make it worthwhile? The answer is no. Rare Atom. Couple players in it every time, but they will manage to stay ahead once again.
Another map, though, where it's a 5-0 start for Atom. But this one feels worse because of this being the pick for Lynn Vision. And you do actually, even in a way, kind of come back to the veto process in a sense to say, you know, for Lynn Vision, maybe why didn't we lean into more like a train to pick in here? Granted, they don't play it nearly as much as a Dust2, but it's more successful. It's been a map which they've beaten this side recently on. They beat them 13-7 4 days ago on train. So why not be like, okay, this map worked for us. This is okay. Last time they played Dust2, again, just 4 days ago, Lynn Vision won it, but it was in overtime. So it wasn't exactly comfortable by any means.
Yeah, well, this is true, and you know, different circumstances, different field of play. Lynn Vision just a bit of energy to them towards the end of Inferno, but for 75% of the day so far, they've just not really turned up, not really impressed us all that much. Li Hang so blind before he goes down. ChildKing wanting a flash to try and get the hell in there, stop them from planting the bomb, but so many bodies on the other side of this window right now. I'm not sure that would be a wise move, even with the guns. You know, you really don't feel confident in this retake, to be honest. Going to need an early kill, going to need a decent Molotov maybe to come their way. And it goes car, which is the only spot that they don't have anybody. So no kills created from the molly. They're going to send it. Not going to work. I think these remaining two, you just move to save, honestly. Well, we'll see. Maybe something else to say. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. I mean, they always know. They always have that confidence. I definitely feel an EU team would have sent the players in like 2 for 1 initially. It's gone. Get out of there.
I think an EU team would have saved it at 5-on-4. But
True.
This is the B-side of Dust2, boys. Call it a day. We'll see you next round. You know what I mean? But that is Asian Counter-Strike to its truest form. A numbers disadvantaged retake onto statistically the hardest site to retake in the pool. And a really good one at that as well. 6-1. And yeah, sure, it's expensive, but who cares for the most part? Tiger, his own nade, obscuring the vision, and Zaka quicker to react. Will they expect the second? Oh, he does, but Li Hang falls off the angle, and Zaka holds it. 2 for him. We've spoken about him single-handedly winning rounds. This could be another of them.
Very true. We're going to find out. Early kills. They've not got much control off the back of them. That's maybe the only thing. So there is still a chance that they run into the main part of the defense here. Zaka trained in for a bit more. Wow. I don't even know that player meant to fall, but it saved his life. Still decent info for the AWP to work with. They're going to move across towards B here. Summer, the unlikely AWP, nearly the third, would have made all the difference. They have managed to bring it back to a 2-on-2 and gained control of the important areas. Yes, bomb will go down, but they lack some info now on the T side of things. Lower tunnel move. I like the look of this. ChildKing, he's here a bit quick. There's a lazy flash from Amelia to just clear that angle. They will hide away from it at the very least. Again, the Molotov not quite in the right place. ChildKing has managed to creep out here. He starts making noise now, though. He needs his teammate to activate and help him out. Starry can't take ChildKing, the USP, to get it done. Rare Atom bailed out again, and they continue the streak.
And I will continue to sing the praises of ChildKing time and time again. That is a monstrous 1v2 right at the end there. They should never be winning that. Initial 2 kills found by Zaka, and it's just too easy. Really, really well done. The double dink. Oh my. 7-0, and we finally get a timeout by Lynn Vision. But this map is sort of already all but running away from Lynn Vision. I mean, they probably like have to get like bare minimum 4 to be into a position of being okay. You know what I mean? We're like running out of time already.
Yeah, it's wild to see, you know, a big capitulation. I think Lynn Vision maybe still caught in that first map, you know what I mean? The mental getting the better of them in places. Tough to say, but this is really not the team or the matchup that we expected to see coming into the second map, let's say. Maybe even today overall, right? Lynn Vision, I think we thought, you know, based on recent history, based on Rare Atom's year, that it would just be Lynn Vision kind of controlling the game much better, and then Rare Atom having to work a lot harder than they are to be the strong team, to be the ones in control. Nothing coming in the early round here.
Summer, just trying to show a little bit of early presence. Popping towards short, Tiger. Missed shot. He's done a decent map so far, but that's not a decent missed shot because it's probably lost them the round. Now, all on the shoulders of Lee. Hi! To be fair, Starry does nearly die in transition. Sue will see it off at the end. That's better from Lynn Vision. It's just a lot more, there's a lot more onus behind that round. A lot more of like, this is what we're doing, and we're living and dying by the sword. At times it feels like this side has been maybe a little bit flippant in terms of the actual round that they want to be going, or they're doing very kind of reactive mid rounds. That was a call out of spawn. This is what we're doing. Short control into a quick A-pop with the right utility. A lot better, and that's a lot more fun to watch as well. A lot more kind of indicative of what this Lynn Vision side can bring to the table. If Tiger hits that first shot, might have been a slightly different round, but I still think the ending would have been the same.
See if they can repeat it. Maybe not quite in the same way, but in terms of winning, let's see if they can repeat the winning and close this gap. As you said, you want to be getting that sort of bare minimum of 4 just as a baseline to work with into your second half, but even that looks unlikely. Still looks a bit unlikely. A pivot point like this is going to change that, though. A break of the economy after this round, even maybe into this round, you might argue. Mr. Marek on the 5-7 already. So, Rare Atom, their 7-round empire is not quite enough to provide the dollars to stay alive.
Yeah. CT cross smoke, corner lurk smoke. Exactly what you want if you want to try and go for a split, but it's actually all a ruse. 3 players here. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Turn around, Marek! Just cost Summer's life, but at least he scoops up an AK. Missed shot by Toe. Oh, not even missed shot. He just couldn't shoot in time in all fairness, where Summer was just so quick. And Marek flashed. This round looks all but shored up here, unless things go drastically wrong, but Amelia making sure that is not the case.
Save from the B players. Kind of fair enough. Lynn Vision then. Keen opportunity for them to close this gap. There really is. And I think if Lynn Vision pull that off, Rare Atom will be kicking themselves, man. Like, super, super disappointed if it does go to 7-5. Real potential for them to hit like 9, maybe even the double digits at one point. So you have to actualize that, I think. And Lynn Vision, hot on their heels now. Should be an eco into the next. We'll see if they do anything funky with the save guns here. I'd be surprised if they do, but only slightly surprised. Again, they have been known in this region to just sort of go a bit wild. This is hilarious to look at once again.
Yeah, he's really, really committed to anti-flash, and you got to give him credit. Even if it is only 7 rounds for Atom, fundamentally, if you're just looking at it from a blanket view of the score, that's fine. But again, we probably are in the same vein to kind of what we saw in that first map, where it's like, it's not actually about the rounds themselves, but it's more so about the momentum and letting things slip and that level of vibe. Cannot allow Lynn Vision to scale once again.
Well, we'll see.
Lots of flashes.
Straight out long, yeah, with about 100 flashes. Where have they got all them from? There's no one around to really stop them. No one around to stop Starry. Marek will take him down, but not before he's done his job. Call me Sue. Also with the flashy plays. ChildKing almost immediately finds himself alone. Was hoping, for a moment, to get in the weeds with this M4. Not going to happen. Another save round for him.
Yeah. ChildKing, nothing really he can do in this one. Enjoying seeing the relentless kind of pace now that Lynn Vision are sort of throwing. In a way, it's exactly what we want to be seeing, where it is this situation of, okay, so we've got nothing to lose, so we're just going to fly into fights and we're going to really try and just go toe-to-toe. That's actually how I think Lynn Vision can scale in towards a game like this massively, and even in towards a map where things are going okay, they can really pull away, right? I think they can brute force a lot. It's something that they've done in the past within this region. We even saw them do it against Chinggis Warriors. That was by far the most detailed of game plan that they brought in that semi-final, but they just realized we're better, right? So we can actually take these fights. And I think at times Lynn Vision need to go back to simple, right? They need to go back to just making the calls, in a sense, quite basic, what feels like quite mundane, and Westmelon essentially saying to the rest of this team, I trust you, do your thing, right? And last couple of rounds, it's been working for them.
Slow and steady here from Lynn Vision. And perhaps going to net some success over on B. Flashes are good. ChildKing dealt with instantly. Again, that's got to be the round. And as you say, just keeping it simple. It's maybe quite early on. Not really going tit for tat. There's a bit of pressure on the other side of things, I think, for Rare Atom. Unfortunately, they don't have the nades out themselves. They don't have the pressure down. Just doesn't look good in the end.
Yeah. 3 saving the very least is a little bit better. It's a necessity as well for Rare Atom. If you even go down to 2, reinvestment towards the next round, pretty unlikely. But another round, brute force, fly into fights.
Terrorists win.
Seven to 4 though. I said we need to cut that bare minimum of 4. We're there now. You get up towards a 5th, and it's actually a really nice recovery of this half. Final round of it. Of course, with those 3 saves, they can reinvest back in. That's good. 2 minutes across as well.
Not a bad look here. ChildKing. He will get some action coming his way shortly. Quite a intense build-up again from Lynn Vision. You know, not wasting any time, making their presence known, trying to get those early kills in their favor. But a bit more widespread, so a few options available for sure if they want to move towards B, maybe via mid. We'll find out soon.
Tiger, he's slowed down a lot in these last 4 rounds. He hasn't got a kill in them. At one point, he was like 11 and 2. Smoke down. There's a pretty sizable gap on that right-hand side. Starry can easily play around that. And he will. Tiger needs to be careful. Starry goes ahead. Lee Hang to 4. Molly down. But Starry dives in towards CT. Into the flames. Be careful. And so we'll join up with Call Me Sue. And B site is open. They're about to lose this. It's going to be a full-on retake towards the harder side to retake. Never what you want to be seeing. This could be the 5th for Lynn Vision, unless things, again, go drastically wrong. But that's so important.
Big find. could make all the difference here. And the 8-4 feels like a very big difference between the 7-5. So, really important round for Rare Atom to just feel like they have capitalized on this half, on this 7-0 lead that they had. ChildKing goes down smoothly. And now in through the doors, never going to be easy. Marek flying in via window. Needs that support. It's a little slow to join him. Trade is there for the first, but Tiger just can't get down to get the fight on Sue. There wasn't a lot of time on that bomb either. And it will be the full string back from Lynn Vision. Really solid stuff from them and sets them up well for the second half.
Welcome back. Well, it was started as a fantastic half for Rare Atom. They were running away with things. However, things have opened up a little bit more. Lynn Vision have done a decent job of recovering. 5 in a row by them at the end to get themselves now in towards this spot. It was 7 in a row to start for Rare Atom, which fundamentally is fantastic, but they should have probably done more. They've allowed this game to feel a lot more closer than it probably should be.
Yes, that is true. We were pretty on board with the idea of a Rare Atom 2-0 leading into the threat of the 3-0 after such a strong start, but yeah, once again, they allow it to get back. It was very similar on Inferno, not quite as streaky or one-sided, but still maybe struggling in a sense. Nades come flying in here. West Melon misses out his shots. Call Me Sue cannot afford to do the same, and he will take 3 quick headshots with him. They lose control of that B bomb site, but maybe enough work done by Sue. Flashes come in. Timing is good here. How does Summer not take him earlier? And Starry with a crisp one to close it out. Lynn Vision win the pistol. We might be back in with them in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this game is absolutely back on the cards now. Ooh, this is where things start to get and feel a little damning, right? You know, door is well and truly swung wide open, and you know, you can talk about the quote-unquote silver linings of the plant, but I think it feels far from that for Rare Atom. The big thing is just make sure this is not another squandered lead. It happened in towards out of Inferno, and it got way closer than it should have been, considering the start that they had and the runner forms that they had as well. So we'll see. Westman going to be tagged by the scout on the cross. That's at least an early positive. You'll take those.
It is true. Maybe something they can work with. They've gone heavy on the guns, heavy on the rifles. So yeah, this could be very interesting indeed. However, what is the plan with them grouping up at the moment in B? I mean, just to send it B is not a bad idea. Small gift as that smoke comes in, completely unasked. And you can see the setup here from Lynn Vision is quite interesting indeed. So this could get messy.
Yeah, especially if they can catch somebody like Westman, for example. Scoop up a gun. You can see the positives. Sue. He'll be smoked out on that corner. How do they want to play this? This is all angling for a mid to B split, and they're going to dump back to it, but it's Marek and Lihang. They combine for kills of their own. And Call Me Sue, I feel like you've got to save already. I think this is it. I don't think you can give this one a go. They're too deeply ingrained. The one big thing that Rare Atom miss here is they don't have the util, but you can see Lynn Vision don't know too well about that just yet. And at this point, they've already made the decision, and they're not giving it a look in. So Rare Atom respond, and they respond well.
Yeah, big round, big find. Very, very, very scary. For quite some time, we're going to see here. Rare Atom, big find, really big find. And I think that, you know, Lynn Vision are going to be in a position now that's actually quite worrying. Finances start to get away from them. I just don't know the approach into some of these rounds as well. You know, a very strange kind of setup from them in this round that isn't necessarily like needed. They don't really do anything with. So I don't quite know what to make of it. It leaves an area completely vulnerable with like no information. A few question marks around Lynn Vision. I think they're going to start to feel them as well. You know, they're not super nuanced. It's pretty obvious stuff that seems to just be plaguing them at the moment.
Yeah. Very important round, but primarily for Lynn Vision. You lose this. Econ broken, that's a 9th, then probably also a 10th as well on top of that. I mean, again, it starts to get to a position of being all but done. Or getting close to in this map at the very least. And losing a 4 is the best possible way of response is just trying to get one back. Westman playing up close towards the door. Tiger holding at range. There is nothing being offered up by the CTs just now, though.
Close fights here. Summer playing anti-flash. People come in, but the trades are just not there. They've managed to find 2, despite it, you know, not looking like ideal parameters. Bomb spill in here as well, I believe. Yeah, this player up on short, fully just letting the bomb fall. So that's a real disaster. They have to somehow wrestle back into. However, Auric on the site itself, they seem to smell a bit of a rat, but it's an odd fight to take. Can't get the second, definitely needed it, and they will fend it off, so Lynn Vision answer back.
That's what you need to be doing. In situations like that, getting the force by back and response, and actually just being proactive on that CT side is sort of exactly how to go about it. There is bits of money to work with for Ratum. It's not exactly super conclusive. It'll be okay. 3 AKs. Galil out for Summer. Marek. Poor guy, just a P250. Happens to the best of us. Getting a little bit of the Sanji treatment, unfortunately, but somebody's got to do it. Again, on the flip side, right, we're talking about where if Lynn Vision find this round and they break the econ of Rare Atom, you take the lead, you can start actually securing up your map pick, and that narrative about tying this series up becomes more and more doable.
Tiger on an early creep here. Smoke does come in. Decision to be made. They're pretty close to the action here. Flashes coming round over the top. Zaka attempts to slow them, but they've got control of what they need. The bomb site, the bomb plant. Tiger finds a keen headshot as well, so Rare Atom with a pace change here might just have found the missing piece. ChildKing with the double out of nowhere. Where the hell has that come from? And, well, ChildKing nicks it, but Li Hang had those in the bag. What is going on? Mental little moment in the middle of that round that felt like it was still up in the air. Rare Atom. Change up from them, finding efficacy and just holding on to their lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is so back and forth now. It becomes so difficult to predict. But again, we're talking about, I think where we're at and they're figuring out to a degree as well, where some of the best ways to make Lynn Vision uncomfortable is actually to, in a sense, sort of fight fire with fire, of this whole mindset of, right, let's actually pug them in a way. We know that this Lynn Vision side are going to be super proactive on the CT side. It's obviously a map in which they've got very decent reps under their belt, and they've got decent little pocket strats here and there. But where we're at the moment for Rare Atom, they just got to do the bare minimum to keep that lead in their favor. 2-round buffer zone's good. Should be made 3 as well. There's only a double deagle to be brought to the table. Zach, I'm going to keep cash on hand so he can get an AWP out. 10-7. That'll be nice breathing room. That makes it being essentially 2 true gun rounds for Lynn Vision to stop Rare Atom taking this map.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think. We'll see if there's anything happening on the low buy here. Again, this negative B hold from Lynn Vision makes maybe a bit more sense in a round like this because you have to come up with something unorthodox, come up with a way to get the unlikely round. Flash comes in. There's just nobody hard peeking for Rare Atom. They now have some information that short could be vulnerable, could be a play. Quick moves from Tiger, but he will go down. Oh, man, hold on. Famas up close here. We've got the MP9 being annoying down below. ChildKing with an important frag. What is going on? It's all going to be down to Marek here in a 1 versus 3, and he's just totally overwhelmed. The mid-crunch works, and Lynn Vision with a huge steal.
Yeah. You know, was just talking about that proactivity that Lynn Vision are very good at. And there's a prime example of it. They move as these kind of 2 little units coming through door, coming through short. And Rare Atom are just so caught off guard, but also there's just so much information. It looked like the comms were super cluttered as well. Didn't know where to look. By the time they figured out what was going on, they're already dead. 1 round game again. Squeezing out a buy again for Rare Atom. They've been better on the squeezed out buys than the full ones.
All right, let's see. Are there going to be any more wild rounds in this game? I would wager 1 or 2 more before we're done. A long battle once again, as it was the last time they were on Dust2, as it was on Inferno. And as we said at the top of the show, really hard to split these 2 teams down the middle. Rightfully so. Rare Atom just clutching at straws, it feels like, domestically, to stay in that conversation of Chinese Counter-Strike that seems to be slowly moving up. They want to be a part of it, and getting a spot at Pro League is always going to be a way to stay in that conversation.
Zaka. Oh, nice idea. Execution, not so much. Amelia, if someone just peers their head over that little ledge behind the smoke, he would have been dead, but he does manage to get out. The thing is, though, does it matter? I think they're already going to angle for the save, and they are. What a weird map we're getting here in the second half. Back and forth. And again, like I said, coming into the round, Rare Atom have looked better on the squeezed out buys than they have on the full ones. Lynn Vision will save. And it's Rare Atom who win a flawless 10th. Granted, someone could fall towards the end, but flawless in its confirmation.
Indeed. I think they'll be very happy. You do make a good point. They need a bit of a fire under them, it would seem.
Yeah, they need the pressure, it feels, as well, because, you know, you lose the round, money broken, and lead lost as well. That's what they need. They need somebody to say into the team speak, fellas, we lose this map could be done. And they're like, all right, cool, I'll lock in.
Yeah, the opportune time to get a round on the board, hitting the double digits, keeping Lynn Vision at bay once again, but still, of course, with the save, weaponry here for Lynn Vision. It's not going to be plain sailing, not out of the woods just yet. They can nick this one away, though, man. The Ancient just looks so tantalizing, you know? It's really, really going to be a difficult map for Lynn Vision to get going on, you feel. Not one. They have loads of reps on compared to the rest of the field, so with the way this series has been panning out, Rare Atom, if they finish this clean, then I think we do start to get excited for them.
Oh, tag onto Marek. Zaka trying to make a difference. Just something I find quite interesting as well. I've been, you know, looking for the last few days through people's pick'ems, right? You know, and obviously everyone's kind of posting them online and whatnot. I've seen an alarming amount of people put Rare Atom 03, and this does not look like an 03 team to me.
Always a risk, man, putting the Asian teams on the 03.
Considering I've seen the same people putting Lynn Vision to go in through.
Yeah. I might be one of them thinking about it.
How?
I don't know if you have that to hand.
No.
I'll have to double check before I start yapping away. I'll have to double check.
ChildKing is too crisp to let this team go 03, especially not in a best of one. Speaking of, ChildKing gets one. Li Hang will support him for the second as well. Zaka, how can you do well, is actually the answer, but he isn't expecting the flank of Marek, who comes through. Uh-oh, bomb can be denied here. Oh, it gets down, and Marek can't hit the spray. Lynn Vision respond again. What is this game?
Yeah, I mean, we carry on, right? It just keeps on getting sort of wilder and wilder, less and less likely. The rounds swinging back and forth is the big thing. Who will be the one to break that curse and just get it over the line in the end? Lynn Vision, again, very close. Rare Atom have done a good job of just staying in the lead, right? When it matters most, as you say, when the pressure is on them.
Yep.
Usually in terms of the buys, but maybe in terms of the scoreline here. And this is another one of those cases. The buy is decent, but the money is not. Tiger spotted out trying to find that first. Eats a nade here. And he's really giddy to try and get that first kill. Not going to happen. They put a lot of stock into the AWP catching the cross, and it just didn't really happen there on B.
I can confirm, by the way, you've put Lynn Vision through.
Yeah.
But you've put Fluxo Huns as your 03.
Ah, okay, good. Yeah, I was just checking.
Okay.
I didn't think I put Rare Atom. I didn't think I put Rare Atom. Yeah, the Lynn Vision through is, you know, maybe bottom of the barrel-y type stuff, but
yeah,
you know, it's a rough stage one. It's a rough stage one to predict. I'm not gonna lie.
Especially with best of ones in play, anything can happen. which is, in a sense, the beauty of the majors, but let's get rid of best of ones. Anyway, back to the hand. We've got Zaka, missed shot. And they're barreling up short here. Will Zaka get around that corner? He will. ChildKing gets traded out, and Zaka put under a lot of pressure, but he's actually been given the luxury of holding the angle. Are we dry peeking this? Yes, we are. Why are we dry peeking this? I mean, granted, actually, because the Utah is so slim, they used all of it to get up in towards short. Molly gets rid of Tiger. Lihang drops. We need a hero here, and Marek has not been able to step up too many times. Nice work by Westmelon. And that is finally a tied game, and finally a back-to-back round for the first time this half.
Yeah, and it could be the full backbreaker. Felt like they were handed a gift from Godman, the missed AWP shot. And he just didn't get involved in the rest of the hit. Felt like there should have been a plant. Maybe not quite the reset that they would want on the post plant, but yeah, really unlikely stuff once again. Lynn Vision, though, deservedly so here, should be taking the lead as well. There's one flash for this Glock. What is the plan for it? What is the plan for it? He's just sat as far away as possible with the flash. I don't rightly know. I don't know what we're doing with this flash, honestly. But the Glocks are just attempting to get out as far as they possibly can, you know, see how much they can get away with before they meet the business end of an M4. Oh, sorry, not quite, but surely enough done. Flashes through middle, that's what they've decided. Not going to get them anything here. That's the bomb going down as well, so no chance at this round. You wouldn't expect it. Once in a while, though, you do get a Glocks round. You do get something a little spicy, but not the case here.
ChildKing is somehow evading those bullets. He's all but dead in this one, though. At this point, mate, what are we waiting for, fella? Please. Do us a favor. Do us a favor. Okay, there we go. Finally goes down. No fights were coming to him. They don't need to. They got the bomb. I think it took them, you know, a little bit of time to realize, oh, yeah, they actually don't need to do anything. 10-11. As Lynn Vision take the lead for the first time in a while. And also as well now for Lynn Vision, you have to overcome one gun round, and this map is yours, and you tie up the series in this best of 5.
All right, here we go. All down to this, it feels like. Especially if Lynn Vision take it, I feel it's a real solid chance they get it over the line. This is the case. Zaka through the smoke. He's backed up as well. They're not looking to move around in the upper tunnels, though, so unfortunately not going to be gifted an early kill there. A lot of information at the very least in terms of where they're going, but there's a few question marks here. What is the plan? Is it up short? Is it through middle? It looks like kind of half and half. Keep their fingers in lots of pies here and see where the reward comes. Westmelon thinking about it, but deciding against it. This is a very unpredictable round, even for us.
Amelia. Yeah, easy one for him. The Shadow betrays you to swing through there anyway. Nade on towards Shaw and on towards Marek. That's a lovely 1-2 punch by Westmelon. Corby Sue, one of his own as well. With every kill, the chances get slimmer and slimmer for Eratom in this map. Down to 2 now in a 2 versus 5. This should be impossible, but also saving isn't really beneficial in its own regard. You don't have anything around it. Lost bonus isn't properly built up. This is dicey. And also, if you're Eratom, why wouldn't you hunt? You've got cash to pay for the rest of the map. You should go looking for it. It looks like they will. 15 seconds. They're not going for a site, so we now can start looking for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a fair chance they get dropped, and maybe the second player gets dropped after time. Okay, the setup's nice-ish to keep them alive, and I think Tiger will just survive this, which is kind of paramount. He would have been absolutely screwed on $400, you know? Yeah. So he's got something here for what is obviously going to be a force to try and keep them alive, but Lynn Vision have just found that second wind at the perfect moment here.
Map point. Their map pick. There's plenty of things we can talk about, but I guess once it's closed. Lihang, story or trade, blows as Lihang makes it 2. This is a bold move. This is a really bold move. Oh, there was 2 on the table there, but Tiger will trade as he reacts in time. It's a 3 versus 2, but for 2 a rare atom, they're barely breathing.
Pretty close, to say the least. However, ChildKing just gives one away. Zaka on the wall bang. Oh, you can't be serious. What a madman. Oh, if he'd finished it off there, is there going to be a chance? Actually, Lihang keeps it alive. You figure with a wall bang like that, you've been blessed enough to close the game out, but no. In all the madness, Lihang keeps it alive. Maybe Lynn Vision getting a bit excited about the wallbang as well. Took their eye off the ball. And overtime beckons.
Oh my. Lihang. What a time for him to step up. But, God, I really, really would have liked to have seen Zaka close the door. Gets this kill here, spots him, and then just the perfect wallbang. Poor Tiger. Didn't do anything wrong. He just gets caught, unfortunately, and was also tagged up. So once again, we go the full 24. These 2 sides are inseparable. A bit of a breather before we get on the way in towards it. A bit of moment to talk for both sides. Buys out both ways, but a little worse for wear on that C side of a couple of Galils in play. And Utah not being that good, but it might not matter as ChildKing just brute forces his way forward for the first. And with Kormisu already being tagged, I'm worried.
Yeah, you and me both, man. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a very tough hold here for Lynn Vision. Nice find onto Marek. ChildKing goes down quickly. So numbers are even. They're so spread on the CT side, though. The bomb plant was denied there, actually, I think, by the nade. So,
yeah, and the molly behind it.
Buys a bit of time for them to get together. I still don't know how to feel about this. Zaka misses his shot. Survives for now. I feel like this opening kill is going to be everything here in the post plant. Lihang goes down in towards short, trying to take the battles. Kormisu had the chance. And Tiger gets another off the back of it. We are going to overtime. We do need more. And Rare Atom able to dig deep to stay alive here.
Oh, Kormisu with a hard fumble at the worst possible time. Oh, not what you want to be seeing there. That was a freebie on offer. Just had to compose himself. But he actually is a little panicked, a little flustered. I don't know if he even thinks as well that he could potentially see him. But 12 all overtime required. We go again. We go again. And continues this second half of just being inseparable. Trading blow for blow. Ollie down. Tiger posted, but a missed shot.
Oh, big one over here. Saka to open. Summer with a light trade attempt, but I think he knew there was something up. Can't really give that away just yet. Give that away too early. Tiger through the smoke, finding Zaka. All right, so maybe Rare Atom's still alive in this one.
Big rotate. The safe rotate, but they got plenty of time. Minute to work with. One towards B as that smoke fades. Someone's keeping an eye on lower as well. So at least for now, they've got a bit of space in that direction. They've relinquished B control. Why? Why have Lynn Vision opted to play all together? Kormisu is the B play. He's gone towards A. The lower push is coming through. The bomb play is at the back. Guys, we've got to keep hold of lower. That is a grave error that has opened this back up now. And someone's going to get chunked down with that nade thrown into his door. How do you win this round? Flash over. Should be an easy trade, and is. Westmelon for 2, but... Oh, Rare Atom, that's a bad mistake to make. No one holding lower as you're going for a B execute.
Well, yeah, I think so lucky. Lynn Vision, the Rare Atom don't even know how lucky they've got, of course. Like, they have no idea what was going on. Just crazy. And there was a light hold, right? And he just looks away at the worst moment. But they obviously weren't committed to keeping their eyes on lower. They pay the price. Really pay the price. That is crazy that Lynn Vision get away with that, to be honest. You know, the setup from them was just so questionable. Big nade damage to kick off this one as well. Maybe something off the back of it boosted up here, trying and failing a couple times to find that first kill.
Yeah, ChildKing really reeling. Slow take here by Rare Atom, though. He'll come down, Westmelon. Yeah, he actually, smart move just as he spots it, just to immediately move. It's very common, of course, to get spam behind that. They're still really not committed to whether they want to scale up shore here or wrap back in towards B. It feels like this is destined for an A split with a tiny bit of long presence from Marek. And they come. On the back of Summon, he's actually going first.
Nade's going in. Rolling forwards here. Oh, the double spray from Amelia, however. That's how you like it. 25 seconds left on the clock. The kills just keep on coming. Tiger trades a bit back. That might allow for the bomb to go down. At one time, it didn't look likely. Marek's also coming from long here. So we're down to a 2 versus 2 after a 5-on-2. It's all very chaotic, but now suddenly looks doable, and a full pivot towards long from the CT players. Marek is here and ready. Gotta give us one. They are not considering him at all. Oh man, and that might just be enough. He's able to pull off the reload and draw Call Me Sue in as deep as possible. Is there any support from the site? The answer is no. But Marek doing a good job of just winding this clock down, and surely you feel should be enough done. Shouldn't be a way in for Call Me Sue here, as that bomb is just so far ticked. He knows it. Now he'll look to back away. If he gets away with that is another question. He does. Should live it. So there is that. I guess he gets to keep his AK, but beyond that, not an awful lot to be excited about. It's a 5-on-2 slip up for Lynn Vision.
Yeah. Yeah, really should not be letting rounds like that fall apart. I think Rare Atom have had plenty of errors in towards this series, but that one is quite grave. On the flip side, about the Lynn Vision side, they've, again, we talk about kind of lifelines and all the rest, and that is one there. Well, tight square heading into the final round of this half. In any way, having that advantage heading in towards the second would be huge. I think for Atom, they can take it, though. You can start to fathom ways of finding success again. We saw how well they were able to streak. Zaka. Nice idea, but Flick just misses.
Rare Atom feels like they're going to need this. It's been a while since we've not seen them in control of this game. Lynn Vision have flipped it back, as it does seem the momentum keeps on swinging and swinging between these two teams. But time will indeed tell on these. Mid-crunch, perhaps, from Rare Atom here. I don't know, though. Fully set up on the B-bomb side itself, it feels like Lynn Vision are in a very good spot to deal with this. Spam from top mid. They don't rightly know where that's at. It doesn't seem like, yeah, for a second there, Tiger wasn't really scared of it. The B-bomb side itself has fallen. Amelia keeping the dream alive here with these kills, in all honesty. A lot of damage done to the players in on the B-bomb side itself. So this looks very, very scary now for the T side. They're moving quick. The CT's desperately attempting to get in, but the crossfire is just too strong. Maybe could have waited. There's not necessarily any kind of rush. Molly is good as Zaka brings it down to the 1 versus 1. Nade in hand. Not going to make it. And ChildKing able to keep on fighting here. Oh, just playing around as best he can. The HP betrays him, and Zaka will get it done.
Oh, it's a good effort by ChildKing. 3 kills to his name, but you're right. It just comes down to the HP. Oh, sigh of relief at 13-14 just to see that one over the line. And we go again in towards this second where the magic number, of course, we look towards is 16 and Envision are 2 away. Now back on towards the T side. That runner form towards the end of the half of the T side, pretty commendable. And they're hoping they can tap back in towards that once again.
Exciting times here. Invision trying desperately to get this over the line. Meanwhile, Rare Atom very prepared for this long play. Marek just walking through the smoke while spraying. Pre-fire of pre-fires there. Summer attempting to stay alive here, working around the smoke. Amelia does well to close him down. And the numbers evened up pretty quick. Tiger on the AWP, though, has got other ideas. They get into long, but they can't get out of long. Call me Sue all alone.
He's not had a bad game, but this would be a huge round to try and win. And tag down low as well, so that'll be all she wrote. The nade will see it off. We're tied once again. 14 apiece. Crazy spot they're in now. Meratum just will not die. Every time you feel like they're on the back foot or on the brink of losing this map, they keep finding just a little bit of a second wind.
What's the move? ChildKing wanted to make a play. I think he's been talked down. Not necessarily allowed. A pretty important round here. Small bits of breathing room if you can get that second overtime locked in at the very least. So you don't want to let this one slip quickly. Slow start from Lynn Vision here.
Yeah. Hit that minute mark. Still nothing really gained. Like, there's no information. And this is actually probably more damning for the CT side. At a point like this, you want to be looking for info. Oh my god, Tiger. Treacherous cross by him. He will get a smoke down, but Amelia doesn't need to respect this. There's a gap on that left-hand side, which he can try and go in front. ChildKing has to go huge, but can't. Story! Big kill, and he tries to push his way forward, Tiger, to support, but it's actually too little too late. The rifling core had already fallen, and he's swinging into unknown territory. Round all but done here. Lynn Vision, fine 15.
Staying alive. Rare Atom were down the barrel at one point quite early on into this map. Looked like they were just going to ride through to a second. Invision managed to recover lightly. And into the second half, they look really solid. Rare Atom themselves with a mini comeback of sorts. So it's been a very unpredictable map of Dust2. Somehow the way it goes, and it seems certainly the way it goes between these teams in particular. Last time out, 16-14 for Lynn Vision. Might just be the case once again. Another overtime if Rare Atom want to take it here.
Let's see. Continuing this whole thing about these two sides being just neck and neck on this map. But it's Tiger who starts well. Call me Sue, caught off guard. Not the way he wanted things to begin in this one. Tiger's had a lot of impact in towards this map as well. He was great in the first. And he's continued that roll here. 24 and 19 for him. ChildKing, 25 and 20. Flip side, it's a lot more even across the board. Funnily enough, the one guy missing is generally the one guy who's pretty good on this map, Zaka. He's not at the impact that we've come to know with him.
Tiger gifted that one, as Westmelon had no idea he was around. So looking good here for Rare Atom. 3 players out towards long to try and create something on the A-bomb site itself. Tiger.
Oh.
Trained. Oh,
what a time.
Looks off at the worst time. Or maybe the best time. You never know. He was up against another AWPer, so could have been the end of him. There has yet to really make any progress, though. Marek coming in from behind forces them forwards a bit. 25 seconds and no sight to their name. It's not really looking good here now, I think. Another overtime indeed. What?
Okay. All right.
That's surely just 2 quick taps and he found both those heads. That's crazy.
My God. We go again. And these two sides, again, we're at a point where the strat book is completely depleted on this map. They've done absolutely everything, and it is coming down to what raw individuals can make the difference. And oh my God, we're seeing them. We go again. 15 now apiece. I mean, more rounds of that from Tiger, but he, again, continues to have an absolutely fantastic game. 27 and 19. And a quad kill in that round as well to bring them over the line. Rare Atom, come back to what I was saying, they just refuse to die. Tiger hits the shot. He tries to reset. He gets dinged. He should be dead here. Should be dead every day of the week. And then agents see him off. It does. Unfortunately, no escape for him in that one.
A good start. But we'll see here if Lynn Vision have got anything left in the locker to keep things interesting. I think found a lot of success in regulation when they were pulling things back, just keeping it simple on the T side. This, I'm not so sure how I feel. Lee Hang inside the smoke. They've just about gone around him. Surely Zaka,
oh my God,
has an idea now. I don't know what to... Yeah, they were all ready for him to move through. Zaka also making a bit of a play through the smoke here to, wow, solidify this one in. Marek alone. And that'll be that. 16 for Lynn Vision.
Anything on the tail end? Here for Marek, he looks like he'll just be getting out alive. Oh my God, yeah. I don't think he's actually surviving this. Starry should get him, in fact. Marek shot down. That's being heard. The Starry doesn't low, so he can't really afford to be fighting loads himself, but they'll send the healthy man of Call Me Sue for the engagement, and he'll get the kill. So, nothing saved, nothing gained. The 16th locked in place, too. And they're at him, as they have been throughout these overtimes, playing from the back foot. It's a bit of a shutdown of a round as well, where you just see how clinical Lynn Vision can be on that C side, and it's a bit better from Zaka, but Westmelon first to fall. Tiger still showing his prowess. Tries to go aggro towards long, and in the past for Lynn Vision on these T sides, that's actually worked quite well for them. They've not even had to go super quick as well. They've been able to sort of shift work their way out because it's not been a priority for Rare Atom. This time, open the base of the spawn, Tiger gets it, and he gets back.
Yeah, really clean. Really, really clean for Rare Atom. See if they can keep it that way. Just holding them off here in towards long. Fearless behind this smoke. It is a good read. Summer on the corner. Oh, Flash comes in. They weren't expecting him, but he wasn't expecting them. Very tip of the head. Tiger just didn't quite pull the trigger there. So they managed to cross in. Really nice move from Lynn Vision to just get cheeky. It's where some of the laziness comes in. Smoke is there, but of course, not a brick wall, as we like to say. Should be the bomb plant momentarily here, and a big, big retake on the cards.
Amelia actually could break this round completely down on that CT side of plays around that smoke star. He's going to fall. So actually, Amelia is going to be called upon. Freebie for Zaka. Amelia dropped. And a 1 versus 2 now. 18 seconds. We don't have a lot of time here. Bomb in a precarious spot. It's all on the shoulders of the big man. He's found a little bit more impact in these last few, but we need it here. He does get given the luxury of a cross, but he goes for the fight. Surely not. Bomb scooped up. No time to plant here. Got to go for the kill. ChildKing gets the shot as well. Oh my, that was way too close for comfort. But ChildKing wins it out. Scoops up the AWP. We're tied once again. Of course we are.
Yeah, more to go off here, of course. More to work with. And again, just so hard to split these teams. It's really just going to come down to like a crazy individual moment. Maybe something a bit wilder. Hard to say. Time will tell. As Lynn Vision picking up the pace here down middle. Seems like they've really found a workable gap. This A bomb site seems to be their favorite at the moment.
Tiger is as blind as humanly possible. Sun wasn't too much better as well. Starry, easy one for him in that Tech 9. He's going to continue to go forward. Don't know if I love that, but at least they've got the space here. This round, all but done as it all lies on the shoulders of Lihang. Nothing to be found there, though. And a slight advantage, slight lead taken by Lynn Vision as they move back on towards that CT side.
Yep, see if they can create something here. Rare Atom, meanwhile, kind of piltering out a little in that first half of the second overtime. Does get a bit hard to follow. I think one of the great quality of life changes in the world of Counter-Strike esports was the 1st to 19, letting you know what overtime we're in, that kind of thing. For a while there, you just had to know. You just had to figure it out. So it does get quite deep here. If we go into a third, the numbers get a bit weird for sure. Seeing 20 come up on the top of the screen. Cross that bridge when we get to it, though. Lynn Vision with some long control. No one really around on the other end.
More passive approach, actually, by Lynn Vision. Some of the rounds they were thrown in towards the end. These grouped plays, these kind of pops coming forward. Really fun. Zach, that's a nice move from him, though. Nice find. And an important kill, no less, is Tiger. Shutting him short at 29 here.
Trading of smokes. Nothing really picking up here, though. Again, just sort of seeing what they can get away with. Some mid-control. Some very quick nades down there that might just catch these B players off guard. They don't look super ready for this, do they? And the kills do come in. ChildKing 1 HP. Lucky to be alive, but maybe the conversation starts for a round here. Rare Atom have got an opportunity gifted to them. They just maybe need to trim the numbers before they get in. They seem, Lynn Vision, weary of this lurking presence in the form of Marek. He will still look to activate. Are his teammates going to be able to deliver anything for him? Summer stays alive at the back end, just trying to buy as much time as possible. Marek is on the full settle. Not making a step, not making a sound. Where else could he be coming from, though? Zaka seems to know what's up. And there is just about enough time to get that defuse in. One more kill. Something along those lines. Zaka didn't have a kit. Could have got a bit weird, but not the case. And Marek a bit too safe on that lurk.
That's exactly it. It is one of those where, unfortunately, when you look for at that round by Marek at the end, he's actually just a little bit too slow, right? If he's a bit quicker and he made that move a little bit earlier, it actually looks really good. You want to be fighting, you know, around or maybe even just after your teammates dropped. That wasn't to be. Map point, Lynn Vision. Hang on! Oh, he spots him, yeah, Zaka. I was going to say, that was dicey. Looks for a second. He should be dead to rights, and ChildKing looking to take over. Finds his 30th kill with a double here in round number 35.
Well, we'll see. Keeping it alive once again. Rare Atom with that flame lit under them. Really does seem to make a difference here. Call Me Sue getting proactive. Trying to find a way back into the round, of course. Easier said than done. They're all grouped up on shore, so keeping it simple, I mean, they're ready for this. Envision are ready for this. Molotov comes in. Oh, the molly at Goose. I was going to say he's the player that you want to watch. It's not fully spread to him. He waited for a flash and tried his best. Westmelon, couple for him. Surely gets taken down by the late player. Not even going to be the case, but ChildKing is here. They know each other's location. Call Me Sue is so incredibly low. ChildKing just trying to bait things out. Maybe a jump, maybe a nade, maybe a peek. Call Me Sue just playing it patiently. ChildKing a little more nervous. Call Me Sue going to take the chance to make a move once again. He's been spotted up here. And ChildKing keeps the panic, keeps the tension, honestly. Very messy indeed. Slight nade damage. Call Me Sue again looking to thread this needle. And ChildKing may well have given it away to him. Completely loses track. And that is how the map ends. ChildKing with, you would argue, a bit of an easy 1v1, but he just did not believe it felt. And Lynn Vision will take it over the line in the double OT.
I think you're right. I think he loses track. That is really, really damning. Starry, fantastic map coming through from him, and a crazy map as a whole, all the way throughout, back and forth. But from the second half onwards, I had to pick into this, but if anything, this feels so weighted towards that of Lynn Vision, unless things recently have been shored up for this side. I don't know if I have the belief here. All recent results is 3 for 3 for Lynn Vision, and only in one of those instances have Ratum managed to even get into double digits.
Will it be more of the same? There's been a few changes to the Rare Atom team since then. So we're going to have to find out. A tough one for them to stomach now coming into Ancient, right? Lots and lots of mental conversation. 4 guns on the other end of the cave entrance. Amelia making them sing, of course. It's Call Me Sue on the USP. He's been a bit of a beast with that weapon for sure. Gives Lynn Vision another pistol as they will kick off where they left off.
Yeah. Starting super, super strong here. That is an unbelievably quick pistol round as well. 15 seconds of actual kind of fighting in that one. I'm going to buy out for Reratim towards the second. A couple of the Eagles is as good as it gets. Tiger may be buying down a little low. Kind of needs to get a kill here. Nade deep in towards elbow. Amelia doesn't keep eyes trained on it. I do wonder whether Tiger can see. Yeah, he could have, but he isn't able to punish, and he gets tagged low. But a drive-by Glock. Okay. All right, Liang going to get one as well. No, we're not losing to an eco, are we, Lynn Vision? This would be actually just par for the course, really, for this series.
Yeah, again, so many messy rounds on Dust2. It seems like it might just have crept into Ancient here.
It's been carnage. It really has just been.
Yeah, they're just all over the place sometimes, these players. And I think, again, it feels like domestically in China, in particular in the Asian region, they sometimes just get caught up in that lack of discipline, thinking they maybe just think they're better, I guess, and it comes into the play quite a lot. Oh, Zaka stepping. He spots the shadow. Oh, that will deliver for him. Thank goodness for that, because they knew about him as well. Not over just yet. Smoking towards Donut here. Starry looking to get excited. He's got a bit of backup as well, so they will start moving forward. He's going to deny that bomb plant as well for good measure. So just Lee Hang here, and down he will go. The keen start to the round is unfortunately shut out.
There was a brief moment there. A couple of kills in quick succession. It did feel a little dicey for a moment, but yeah, thankfully, it's okay in the end. 2-0, first true test. I did think Tiger brought down a little low. He can only wield a Mach 10 in this one. Mid-control priority. Amelia got very fortunate that previous round not to get punished by the Deagle. This time he's going to be a little bit more sure of it. It's a great flash by Zaka and a good trade by Kormisu.
Oh, big nade onto ChildKing as well. Going to add insult to injury. As Rare Atom look to try and pull things back here. I don't really think it's too likely, to be honest with you. Mach 10, a lack of utility, a lack of information. So, I don't know. There's an argument here to just pull away. Maybe even save. They have such little control. Attempting a reaggress towards the B side of things. Maybe they can find some success over here. They've got one flash and a dream, but full walk in this entire way. You know, they're really just hoping to catch a player off guard.
Smoke for ChildKing should briefly nullify Kormisu. Going down, he gets a second. Big from Kormisu. The third's there and he nailed it. Quad kill from him. A fantastic round just to make sure that gun round gets no legs behind it. Lynn Vision, first time this series, actually getting a strong start to the map too, which is, I mean, all what we want to be seeing. This side, out the gates, flying in towards Ancient. And you have to say, kind of as we expected, judging by our kind of performances of the past and how Lynn Vision have sort of always had the number of Rare Atom.
Oh, I thought we were in for a straight up B rush. Not the case. Still good damage off the back of the nades. Just starting small, get the lane control, and then maybe burst onto B itself. So certainly a B move here. Oh, Zaka 2 for 1. Seen a few of those in our time this week. Oh, and Kormisu with a clean one tap as well. Shut down. Shut down. There's no other way of really putting it. Rare Atom has yet to show up on Ancient.
Last man of Lee Hang. Yeah, best of luck, mate. Consolation kill would... I don't even want to say be nice. I don't think it's really going to make too big of a difference. He won't even get it. That is a quick flick by Zaka. Flawless. Make sure the low buy has nothing to work with. Alrighty. 4-0 as we come back into the buy. But Lynn Vision, the confidence of closing out map number 2 is... look like it's cascaded into more success here. They're looking pretty good. There's not a lot of takeaways in a negative note that you can really have so far. Still very early doors, don't get me wrong.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, this is still good to see. Starry to open things up. Summer is going to get one with a HE. Trade is found there. And Lee Hang, an important kill of his own. So numbers taken here by the T side.
Yeah, not wasting any time getting into this round, are we? And they're very, very unsure on the Lynn Vision side on how to respond. 4 versus 2 doesn't really look too doable from here. Mid has fallen off for them completely. However, the hard pivot from Rare Atom. Give up that mid control that they fought for and now look towards B. Lee Hang, thank you very much, he says.
Terrorists win.
And there you are. Wow. No real resistance from Lynn Vision at all to give Rare Atom their first round. They get on the board just as panic stations start blaring out. We'll see here if Lynn Vision can keep them on one round for a little while longer.
Yeah, that's it. Keep them at that place. Try and go and doing this sort of back and forth and responding. We saw this happen all the way throughout that second half of Dust2 into overtime. Trading blows and trading rounds, but with a strong start by Lynn Vision, they'd be more than happy to trade rounds for the rest of this half. And get anywhere near like 8 rounds CT side, Rare Atom are in a lot of trouble. And of course the big thing as well with Lynn Vision, they're very good at making, in that round maybe not so much, but in general making rounds quite expensive even when they do lose. So they're good at keeping that T-side econ in check. Zaka up close. Not much room for error here.
No, that is true. And Li Hang was moving quick, but just stopped at the perfect time. Zaka obviously knows his angles. So an easy opener to get them in a good position here. It's just a question of how things pan out. Later on in the round, the A-bomb site, yeah, felt a little caught off. Starry is even lucky to get that kill through the smoke, honestly. Oh, man. Okay, even luckier for Zaka. That planted the bomb for a second as well, so very awkward now. Flash comes in. Starry, unfortunately, traded out, but it's no real worry. Defuse nice and easy. Lynn Vision looking good. A chaotic retake, but it felt like Rare Atom were in the ascendancy there, just not the way it pans out.
Counter-terrorists win.
You once again give yourself that 4-round buffer. And like we said, it's this trading of the blows, which Lynn Vision, with a strong start, are sort of happy to go for. Up to 5 now. Of course, we can buy in. Look at what Summer invests into. Yeah, just the AK for him. Him and Li Hang are the only ones with any long-term cash left over. So if Lynn Vision can go back to back, serious pressure put back on once again. Of course, they take the risk with the AWP investment, but they're trying to early doors get Tiger in towards the game as soon as possible. He's had a lot of impact in these last 2 maps.
Zaka. Oh, man. Okay, he was trained and ready, but Summer is just quicker. He then perhaps gets a bit too excited and gets caught quick switching back from the nade. So, the yin and yang of a player like Summer, I suppose. Amelia sharp for 1, not quite the second. Still difficult to guess here, difficult to work around. Arik will be smoked off for now. Bomb kind of hitting the deck again, just this time being chucked. A little awkward as Tiger tried to make something happen, and it does not. I think disrupting the flow ever so slightly there may well have cost them. Li Hang late to the party. Surely not long for this world. 40 seconds left, and bomb control is enough for Lynn Vision to work with.
Li Hang. Flash to try and give a fight here, but it's just caught me too up close. Never really going to fall flat in that engagement. Guaranteed now worst case scenario to tie game at the half. Let's be frank here, it'd be so unlikely if that was to be the case. But, and the real big but here is that Rare Atom have done this a couple of times already. Really strong start to a map and then actually squandered it towards the end. So I'm not going to completely count it out just yet. Lynn Vision could take a page from their book. Now, it would be the wrong page, but it definitely could. Time well taken. I do like this. It's a good time to call it.
Yeah. Really paramount that they managed to pull off the comeback, something that they're a bit foreign to, actually, Neo. You know, we've seen Lynn Vision have to wrestle back these first halves, and somehow refine control, it's now Rare Atom's turn, I suppose. So the timeout going to have to be pretty effective. We're starting to see, though, some of the difficulties that Rare Atom have on this map, as we've noted. Even difficult for them regionally, right? Some of the games that Lynn Vision have been playing, of course, against that higher tier opponent. So a decent enough map for them. Just not one they tend to play very often, at least more recently. Like, some of the stats are coming from right at the tail end of that whole 3-month period that we generally look for on HLTV. So, yeah, not one that they've been playing the past couple of months, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, Utilova's given the cross from Donut. Don't realize soon, though, there's not actually any presence in towards mid. They're given a free run towards Red Room if they want. I mean, granted, now, Starry's double back over. First fight by ChildKing, pretty important. Molly comes down, he gets out in front of it, and he just gets owned. Sees two people there, nothing they can do. They're trying to go towards B late, and it's the right call. There's actually not a lot of presence here.
Westmelon, ready and waiting for his time to shine. The bullets are a bit close. Tiger, thankfully, gets that plant down safely before the molly comes in. Really well found here. 4 on 4. An opportunity to squeeze forwards here. Tiger has to find that on the reloading player, and he does. Teammate falls on the backside, so the numbers remain even. They're getting a bit smaller, a bit more crunch, but it's all going to come down to the fights, of which Lynn Vision are winning none. Amelia picks up his AK, gets the hell out of dodge. Rare Atom, timeout is indeed effective.
Yeah, nice work off the back of it. Just a little bit of play with the tempo as well. You know, the initial default out of spawn as well, you look to see what the reaction's like. You get a kill off the back of it, and then, rather than kind of sticking by it, you actually pull back, call for a freeze, and attempt to draw more players out of position, which is exactly what happens. And you can see there was a bit of panic for Lynn Vision. They were dipping and diving between rotating towards mid, then playing out through B, but they were late towards B because the execute was already coming in. That's where these tempo changes and shifts by Rare Atom are difficult to deal with. Up to a second, but it does need to be 2 of quite a few more.
This is true. We do get excited. But there's still a lot more work to be done. And Lynn Vision, you know, if they drop 1 round in a while, it's not the end of the world. Get yourself up to an 8-4-9-3 CT half. You'd be pretty happy with that. Just a case of actualizing that and making sure that indeed you do keep them all at bay. Elbow spotted, rifle spotted. He knows what's coming, and Zaka keeps his cool. Looking for a bit more, nearly a quick flick across. As he's kind of known for. It's a deadly angle. You cannot beat him. You cannot beat him. Just not going to happen. Really big kills in the grand scheme of this round.
I'm surprised they even tried to test him at range like that. If you're going to do it right. Oh, Westmelon. He should have... Oh, I was going to say he should have won, but he's just so unaware of that possibility. But Zach is back, and he's back for vengeance. Kumisu should hear these steps. He does. He's heard both wrapping towards B. They don't need to be too panicked here. If Kumisu just gets 1, that in itself could be huge. He's waiting for a chance, but he fumbles it. Liang with a second. Orp of Zaka. Indecisive, and he just slips on that corner as well. They know where he is. That's the big thing. It's just, where is this last guy? Starry trying to make a move. The one time that Zaka misses, it'll be at the cost of his life. Full flashes himself. Nade over. It's all on the shoulders of Starry. But technically, tap on towards the bomb. Could just try and force a fight here. The flash is absolutely excellent. Lihang trying to cause a problem, but Starry wasn't on the bomb. He waits. Patience pays off, and it will be another for Lynn Vision, but that is a dicey retake, and also a very expensive round for the CT side. They don't have a lot of cash to fall back on. They would have an AWP.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, man, they didn't have a lot coming in they might argue the MP9, the 5.7, the lack of utility.
Yeah.
So I think they'll be happy with the fact that they're able to get it over the line, but like I say, the defense not the best. That being said, Zaka always seems to find a way.
How?
Get this AWP out. Whether it's maybe... Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
They're
well,
like
I don't know.
4K. I like all of them have like
full MP9 buy.
Yeah.
Maybe Starry got his hands on one somewhere.
Oh, actually, to be fair, he probably would have doubled back off the back of
Yeah.
of the defuse. He would have had just enough time because he died over towards long.
Yeah.
So yeah, he must have. There's no way they could have bought it. He must have picked it up.
But still, Zaka loves a glass cannon. He just needs the AWP, man. You know, he's a little lacking in the rifle department, but pretty good on the AWP. And indeed, we'll see if it has an impact here. ChildKing is going to drop him, so maybe not. Nades in the cave area as well. Tiny bits of damage done, but a rare atom man advantage. Nothing to shake a stick at now.
Yeah, rare atom. The issue is, though, we've already seen a few times in this map so far where they've squandered a man advantage. I'm going to count out Lynn Vision yet. I love this move by Amelia. You are gaining so much information. The only real worry is about Starry just getting caught into his red room. He has to win this fight. If he doesn't, it could be dicey. If he falls, Round has no legs behind it, but he wins it. Takes down ChildKing. A lot of damage, but wins that fight nonetheless. Summer. 14 kill from him. Head spotted, just peering through that smoke of Call Me Sue. And at that point, it probably should be the round. Oh, what a reaction by Lihang. Amelia just too patient.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, maybe looking to bite off a bit more and then realized he was starting to look at him. It's always the easy ones, man. It's always the easy ones that you mess up, you know?
It's true.
Yeah, work so hard to level up your instincts and then you're sort of trying to fight against them. Causes a bit of dissonance. That's crazy to see. But I don't know that he could have had an impact in the round anyway if he just found that one kill and then they know about him. Who's to know? Who's to know fully, but wild stuff. Still not quite going to be enough from Rare Atom. We need a string together here. We need a gap close. 9-3 is still on the cards. Although maybe not in this conversation. Man, the buy is going to be whack.
Yeah, it is not going to be good. Hence why we see the attack. Kind of a bit to talk about here as well, because you do have that innate decision of force here or wait for full investments in towards the next. They're going for the buy. I mean, it is so janky when you think about it. That AWP with so little around it. The pistols have essentially got to act as human flashbangs a little bit at times to try and facilitate Zaka. But if you want anybody popping off at the moment, it probably would be him. Granted, also, I'm not discounting Starry in that Deagle. I've seen him do God's work with it. If he can get one, Zaka, couple, the round absolutely has legs behind it.
Yeah, we're on, man. He's had a couple clips each time on Inferno that we've seen him. So that's, you know, twice in 2 days. Big impactful rounds.
And also, on the flip side as well, Zaka's got such an advantage at range because Tiger's really struggling.
Yeah. I'm going to find out here that CZ as well makes an appearance. They seem to know something we do not. However, Amelia goes down early here with the attempt at lane control. So not ideal. Not the way that they would want to kick things off on the Lynn Vision side. They're taking a gamble, abandoning B, slowly making their way over towards A, which in this case I would be a fan of. And I like the idea. The get up and go here. The AWP, of course, is also near this A site. So unless there's any digging towards B, I think we might see this end on A little prematurely. Might not matter too much, though, because the kills keep going back for that T side. AWP reveals itself, and all of a sudden, you know, they're a bit afraid. Don't necessarily want to get involved. Marek loses his life, but I think enough has been done here for Rare Atom to get this.
Yeah, you should be right. I think Starry priority really then becomes about just saving this orb. Only issue is for him, he's in a really precarious spot. But Xing here is dicey to say the least.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh my god, he's gonna try and take a fight. Does get one. Nice reaction from Starry, to be fair. Double scopes, as the long player as well is not the one planting, so has a decent understanding of where to exit. And it okay, so Orb kept alive in towards the last round, but it's actually in a slightly unfortunate way, it's going to be basically the same sort of buy in towards the next. Good test at the end here, and he hits the shot. Doesn't make too big a difference, but it's just nice for the individual confidence of Starry, I guess.
All pans out quite nicely for Rare Atom. So, a wrestle back. Still feels like Lynn Vision are in a pretty good spot. It's just the Econ got away from them at the worst possible time. A few too many back and forths, few too many one player, no player survivals. A little awkward, to say the least. So, we'll see moving into that second half if Rare Atom can capitalize on these few rounds that have been fought for, but certainly helpful to make their case of a comeback.
Oh, Zaka, that's quick. Need another one like that, and we want a chance. Westman will fall away. Doesn't really want to stick around for the spam. To be fair, can't blame him too much. They don't need to move here, Lynn Vision. At times it feels like they can get a little restless as they want to look for information, but with the numbers, wait for them to come to you. This is a mean setup here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what is going on? What is going on there? So many dodgy flashes. We have had a bomb drop in a pretty awkward spot. They have to go back and get that. That's going to buy some time. Maybe 2 AWP shots out from Zaka, none of them landing. That was maybe his chance to be the hero. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Still some low HP bars, though. Patience here from the T side. Might just pay off. Not rushing to get the bomb plant. Not rushing to their positions. Starry. Oh, baits him in. Beautifully done. Has Amelia been spotted down here as well? Now would be a great time for him to activate, and indeed, he goes unseen. ChildKing brings it down to the one-on-one. He's so very low himself, he needs a keen headshot. Just trying to play the time. Onto the orb, and gets it done. See you later. Amelia's head clean off. And that will be the recovery as best they possibly could. Rare Atom bring it up to 5, and a conversation begins for Ancient in this second half.
the back in. We are underway. And very quickly at that, flying in towards the fight, it's Zaka, who gets one. Starry, one of his own as well. Lynn Vision wasting no time on this C side as they take the B site, and that should basically already be the round. Should have no way to get back in towards this. Smoking towards ramp, and one into a course cave. I say ramp taken. And same with this long and short control. There is no clear pathway back in. As long as they don't overface, this should be easy. Starry looking for a fight. He'll lose his head, but Westmelon will trade. And that should be all she wrote in this one. Liang and Tiger might just save armor.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? There's not really any other option. Do they actually get away to do that, I suppose? Oh, well, Tiger goes down. Li Hang and his Julies could actually do some damage into the next round. So stick with them, he says. But yeah, Lynn Vision looking good. The pistol to give them that springboard as well is a really big deal. Moving into what they hope is a quick finish here, right? We talk all about fatigue. We talk all about an extended series. So far, it's been an awful lot of work. We have that train coming up next, which may well sit as somewhat of a pocket pick for this squad at the moment. One that they have been pulling out a bit more on the international stage and looking decent while doing so. So we'll see what happens over there. If they can get this one over the line nice and quick, that would be good. Amelia says, let's get it over and done with. 3 kills for him at middle without batting an eye.
Yeah, Scat and MP9. Again, you might just angle in the direction of a save to try and use it in towards the next. Up to 9 now, though, for Lynn Vision. Unless you squander this, but it's, I mean, at this point, next to impossible, surely. Back towards B they go. No one's there to meet them. So a free round off the back of the initial 3-piece from Amelia. Doing the due diligence, though. I can get behind this. No one home, though. So it will be a save of the Scout and the MP9. Try and use that in towards the next. Could maybe have 1 or 2 upgraded pistols around it. A bit of a glaring miss, though, for this rare item side, unfortunately. It has just been Tiger who's dropped off into his map. He's been so good in the first 2. We're just not seeing that level here.
Yeah, pretty rough for him individually. There you go. A little bit of something as we're talking about him, but maybe even his life's still going to be under threat. Westmelon not giving it everything he's got, all the same. Lynn Vision keep the rounds coming, and they're looking good here. Looking pretty strong, actually. So, there's a bit of magic in the air for the Bear. We'll see if they can keep it rolling. And like I say, get this one cleanly over the line. That would be a real break in how things have been going, and I think a very good time to do it. You're 1-1. Get a clean second here, and then you're going into that comfortable train as well to perhaps close things out. So if you can take some of the energy out of Rare Atom and not let them get back into it, get excited and get confident again, that really could do you a lot of good going into the 4th map of this BO5.
Oh, bowled by Li Hang. That's your MP9 gone, though. Give the AK over towards Emilius, and Starry takes a fair, decent amount of damage. And then he himself is tagged, so back to B, I feel. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 3 rounds in a row. Why not? Only ChildKing here. He will get the support of Summer, and it looks like he might just beat the Execute in, but he won't beat the utility. He tries to play through it. ChildKing for 1. The 5-7 for some hopeful taps. Same for the Scout, but they have crossed. That bomb will go down momentarily. There it is, planted.
Yeah, of course, as you would expect. See if they can come away with any kills or guns. Arik with a good find on the backside here on the Mac 10. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Ah, just over swings. That might make all the difference for me. Komitsu is going to be tagged down here. Summers 5-7 going to pop off then. Not quite going to happen. Tiger attempting a crazy one here. And what other option does he really have other than the hold? There's no way this works. Surely not. Westmelon will pick up the pace now to try and take him. And indeed, he can't get the defuse going. It's very costly though. So Rare Atom have given themselves a decent starting point into this rifle round.
It's costly and it's so close. It never really should have been, which is, I guess, kind of in a way, like, despite you still losing the round and actually being at quite the deficit, there is that kind of silver line, that confidence to take away from that. And hoping towards the reinvestment, they can chain that back. ChildKing and Lihang showing a bit of their prowess so far this map. We need a bit more of it too. We're going to go quick towards A here. They're taking a lot of early control, and they are actually out. Okay, Molly down, but a little late. Marek under pressure, but he gets one. Takes some damage. Can't deny them getting on towards the site itself, but that's where ChildKing can step up. Summer dropped. It is chaos here around the util. How do Lynn Vision walk away around here? I don't think they can. This feels like there's just too many people to fight, and the bomb dropped in an awful spot. But they do give Westmelon a freebie.
Always going to be a chance here. You can see Starry as well.
Oh, hang on.
Thread through. He's going to take the kill. Didn't feel too good about getting cheeky with it. They now know where these remaining players are, though, on the CT side. And, of course, a bomb that still needs recovering. They've got a minute to do so. Oh, Westmelon.
Wow.
Huge flick across. Lihang going to be left in the 1 versus 2. And all of a sudden, it's falling apart. Can Lihang save the day here? He takes Starry, and he will take Westmelon. Big finds. Big find. Some tension in the movement there from the two in that equation. And a massive round for Rare Atom.
Oh, my. Close for comfort. I mean, the one benefit if you're Lynn Vision there is you put a real dampener on that economy. They were trying to build it up, but of course you made it quite expensive despite losing. It's something that Lynn Vision are very good at. I brought it up a bit earlier. It's something that's traditionally pretty solid at. However, it doesn't matter when you yourself are in a bad spot in terms of the buy. It still is a scary one to deal with, though. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, they always can concern me.
Very true. Very, very true. And just gives you that license to go a bit crazy, doesn't it? As we see from Amelia. Tiger keeps his cool here for 2. Gonna call on some support. Yeah, they weren't ready for the last guy, but it's all good. He's overwhelmed. Rare Atom. Really keen round here, and Lynn Vision have obviously forced into this. Talk about gap closes. We talk about things slipping away. This is how it happens, right? And the force buy with no real success off the back of it. No one even going down. So, yeah, there's nothing happening in that round, and it's cost Lynn Vision another round. You know, it's 2 rounds that costs you, essentially, to go for something like that. So you have to be able to pull off a little bit. Not the case.
Yeah. So it will be a 2-round game off the back of the no buy here. And again, another map which looks like it's destined to be quite close here. And that Molly Westmelon, and Aid will come down, and it's Lihang for 1. Someone on the zone as well with the MP9, so they shut down shelf control.
Good moves. Good moves once again. As Lynn Vision are a little stuck for ideas you'd expect it into this round, but just in general, it feels like... Oh, maybe some sirens blaring here as things are going wrong. A timeout, maybe, for them before they go into this next rifle. It's very, very quickly getting problematic.
Wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it at all. Tiger and Marek shut down any last remnants of that T side. And there's that 2-round game again. We can buy back in. Do Lynn Vision pause? No, they actually don't. They let it roll straight into the next round. fall flat here, Rare Atom can tie up the game.
Yes, sir. I think it is very doable. Once again, they've managed to shift the momentum in their favor. Starry goes down, as does Call Me Sue. Hold on a moment. Some weirdness here. The lane control is just perfect. Lee Hang with a crazy one on the edge of the smoke. Leaves Zaka against the world, against the entire world. Once again, not a single player going down. Where have Lynn Vision gone?
We've seen this happen so many times for both of these sides. Great chains of momentum, great starts and all the rest, and then they fall so flat. Nothing on offer in that round. And 4 AKs to work with going forward for Rare Atom. This is a difficult position now. I'm still surprised, again, just no pause, letting this run through.
Yeah. It is, again, I think it's something that, you know, you have to be... It's costly, but Rare Atom to hit map point.
Yeah, the fact that he dies there actually after is another thing that really does hurt. If you're going to lose the round, at least save the AWP, but he doesn't either. 12-10 map point, Rare Atom. I really never thought I'd be saying that after the way things looked for 75% of this map. But Rare Atom have streaked so well on the CT side. They've figured out the timing. With loss bonus and a bomb plant, plus the kills they've got, they can shore up a buy. And Amelia's gone for something a little pacey. And with the supporter Starry, we're out on towards B. ChildKing's still here to try and be a little bit of a menace, but he can't deny that bomb going down.
Oh, ChildKing flying in. Nothing coming. Rough couple of rounds for him. And that, you would assume, should be the save. Tiger's found a banger, but that is really the only thing to write home about here. Can he make it away even? Oh, surely don't risk the peak here. You have to save that AWP. And indeed, Zaka will allow the discipline to get the better of him. Tiger's still sticking around, though. He wants to try and take a gun away if he can. Maybe feels like he's hemmed in from a different position. Nonetheless, it is going to be all 24 required once again here, Neo. And we might need a little more as well. So, really giving it their all this evening over in China for that Pro League spot.
Yeah, it really just shows as well how important this final is, right? You know, getting a Pro League spot for both of these sides goes such a long way. And especially, I think, in particular for Rare Atom, they've dwindled in the rankings and dwindled in terms of I think just the general conversation within China. You know, for a long time, it was this 3-horse race where they were kind of trade blows of who was taking the #1 spot. And basically for the entirety of the last 12 months, it has been all Tai Lu. Lynn Vision, they've had moments and they've been enjoying at times being second because they still get the invite. Rare Atom, they've been getting snubbed, right? They've not been getting the chances on a more international scale. So a Pro League position would be huge. Opener finds Amelia. Exactly what they needed. And Tiger, that's a big find for him.
Not looking good for Lynn Vision. After all this work to get it here. They once again fall flat in the early stages, getting too excitable. What do we make of this? Is there a way back round? Starry having a great map here. He's going to have to pull something out of the bag. A magic trick, perhaps. There goes the first. Some are drawn away. Could get a bit freaky. Timing being found by Zaka here. 3-on-3. And suddenly they're able to pivot it. But Tiger on this AWP, locking them in. All of a sudden, they don't quite know what to do. And I think a quick conversation came around because they heard an AWP crack off over on A. So they figured, okay, AWP is there. We should be good. But it's, of course, the double AWP setup that's maybe made all the difference here. Call Me Sue, 20 seconds left, does not have a lot of time to go walking along here, potentially shot in the back to close this one out. He just gets through.
4 seconds.
Molotov to keep Summer at bay. Plant's gonna happen. It's all about the clutch.
Call Me Sue. Now or never. First fight is ChildKing, and he loses it. That'll be the map going the way of Rare Atom. What a recovery from this side. They looked completely out of it. They looked like it was all but done. And they found a way to recover and found a way to put the pressure back on as they take a lead in the series 2-1 now. Taking their map pick of Ancient, and they finally, on the 4th time of trying this year, get a win over Lynn Vision on it.
Beautiful stuff. Well done, well fought. I think a keen challenge the whole way throughout, though, Neo. You know, it's never over until it's over in this series, and now it really is going to start getting in the way. We saw a few messy rounds, a few messy peaks creeping into Ancient when maybe they didn't need to. Lynn Vision had a few rounds there as well on their T side, which I think they'll be kicking themselves about, where they just, you know, rounds like this kind of resending it into peaks and things and flying out mid, as we saw. Really, really questionable stuff in places, unfortunately, and I think that, yeah, they will be blaming themselves that they couldn't quite get it over the line, because it is a round or two that makes all the difference, of course. A clutch or two goes their way. Suddenly we're getting hopeful about the 3-1 for Lynn Vision. All of a sudden it's back up in the air. We might be going the entire way. I don't know what to make of the Rare Atom train, to be honest with you, but we'll find out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to find out. For now, though, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, it is that next map, as you were just talking about, Train coming up next. And there's really a lot of question marks around it. Bogle map, there's been these big runs of form and these big runs of momentum, and then these just complete fall-offs from both teams. And Train could just succumb to the same issues in its own regard.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement. I think that there are many things we can say. We can look at what our facts are, limited as they are, for these next two maps. But it really does all come down to the rainy day on Train here, of course, as we are set to get into proceedings here. Our first time that we get to say, will it be our last map? Are we going to need all 5? Rare Atom, I think, would be looking to make a case here. You don't want to try twice on the unlikely maps, do you, really? So we're going to find out here if Rare Atom have indeed found some improvements, if they are just looking like the better squad on the day, and if Lynn Vision can keep it together. Going to be a battle at the top of the long dog here. ChildKing ready and raring to get round this corner. Who's going to strike first? It's the Molotov that pushes them forwards. Lee Hang on his duel. He's only one, and Marek can't chime in. It's a lot of damage done here, Neo. Certainly could swing back. Starry as well runs out of ammo at the inopportune moment. They've been red on the rotation. This doesn't look too bad for Rare Atom.
No, it doesn't. Summer, nice find. Catches the head of Starry, leaving it all down to 2, but they won't get a bomb plant out of this. Oh, but they lose immediately. Yeah, and they lose Zaka immediately as he's just punching in the last few numbers. Nice way to start for Rare Atom. Get a pistol out the gates. Sure, there's a bomb plant for Lynn Vision, which we'd assume means a buy to follow it. But you just get that initial bit of breathing room. Also, again, good to see the individuals really step up to play. Tiger, he had a, being completely honest, a very quiet map number 3, especially by his standards so far this series. Well, he shrugged that off immediately. 3 kills to get that pistol underway. And that's what you want to see. If you can get Tiger firing on all cylinders alongside the likes of, ChildKing and Lee Hang, who had great moments themselves in towards that previous map, that's when Lynn Vision are in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble indeed. We're going to find out here. Rare Atom attempting to kick things off into this round. Aggressive move from ChildKing, but nothing coming off the back of it. Little checks here, but it does seem to be this slow and steady B hit for Lynn Vision. Maybe I speak too soon. I think they're also just checking a few angles, seeing if anyone's over-facing. Nothing going to be gifted to them, though, in this all-important round. A couple M4s in play towards B.
It's 4 spy. Got to find some legs behind it. Marek going to be smoked. Plays anti. Needs to be careful, really, of the Heaven player. Does have support, of course. But, oh my god, it's a little dicey. Someone needs to be pretty careful. You manage to sneak your way out behind that smoke, but the flash will keep you at bay. You've also got Cormy Sue making a move, but it's Summer for 2. That puts pressure right back on. Tiger then MP9 going to try and get close. When does Westmelon pounce is the question. Got to go now, and he does. Spots another. Summer's low, and he will fall as well to force by converted by Lynn Vision. As the pistols to close it, they respond immediately.
The madman in the connector. Goodness, you feel like Summer does enough, you know, to get them back in. Really quite messy and just completely blindsided by Westmelon. So they will be kicking themselves. Another unorthodox start, let's say. As things remain very, very unpredictable here in this grand final of ECL Season 50. A Pro League spot on the line. That's all these guys are thinking about. Really, really big deal for your VRS, for your LAN points, and maybe even to pull off a few upsets, as we have seen across a number of Pro Leagues over the years.
Force in response, of course. You basically have to in that double eco spot anyway, so why not? Still can be quite precarious with the 5.7s, especially if Tiger can get a body shot or two, soften them up. That's what you want in situations like this. The scout tags them, the pistols bag them. It looks like the decision is to head back towards B. All 5 are here ready for this, but and again, it's pretty manned by Rear Atom. They're ready for the fight. Summer, if he can get 2, that would go huge. 1 might not actually be enough, but he does have Lee Hang in support. Flashes over, so blind, and the both fall as Marek will also hit the deck. I have to say, this one should be done all but then. It's all on the shoulders of one man. ChildKing, he was no part of this. He's out of there. And he's not exactly going quiet about it. He'll run away with that 5.7 and the half armor. It's more of a priority than trying to look in late in towards the round. Lynn Vision, find 2. Consolation is on the cards here, actually. If Starry was to continue going forward.
He knows it. He's playing safe. So no big gun available. ChildKing, going to try. Will go down in the end. So again, you know, you beg the question in some of those situations of like, are we saving? Are we not saving? They do seem a little excitable. The 5.7 could have done some follow-up damage into this round, but now not going to be the case. Just a deagle for Tiger. That's all I saw brought up before coming across to the replay. So some low HP players could have gone differently. Not going to be the case. It'll remain on the deagle here as well. Envision with an opportunity to stretch their lead pretty substantially.
That's it. So little expected in this kind of a round. Tiger will get 1 though. So already, you could take something away from this. Fortunately, just not a recoverable weapon, but... Ooh. Zach gets tempted by the fight. The nade as well. It goes a little deep, but chip damage to Lee Hang. Tiger's deagle back over towards that ramp angle. It's difficult to deal with as well, because you can easily take a pop shot and fall away.
ChildKing playing with fire. Surely not long for this world, but I think can imagine trying to draw them in for somebody. Unfortunately, there's nobody around him to support, so he goes down. USP's not doing anything too crazy here. Tiger's Deagle going to get involved in just a moment, but again... Oh, not hoping for too much. That's awkward. Tiger had found a kill on the Deagle as well. Really could have made a difference. You never know what might have happened. Marek, meanwhile, on the backside, gets sniffed out eventually. So no real difficulty, but there was a slim window. There was a slim window where 2 quick kills, panic sets in. Just never comes to fruition.
Okay. You make it a little expensive. We buy back in. Tiger can get that AWP out as well. He can start keeping Zaka at bay on that AWP. That's good, but I mean, generally this map has been weighted so heavily to the CT side since its reintroduction into Counter-Strike 2, and we actually need a solid lead being taken by Rare Atom. There is Tiger, as we said, keeps Zaka at bay, and he does well in his first introduction to it.
Yeah, they're able to just fully scare him off and slow down Lynn Vision here. They've grabbed a big old pause over on the B side of things. A lot of rotations coming in now, though, as you see Tiger has moved deep in Ivy. Lot of info for him to work with, so without noise being made on A, what reason do they have to believe it's A? Just play a safer move. They're taking somewhat of a gamble on the B bomb site right now.
Triple stack. Yeah, this should be fine. More often than not, just with the damage on towards Kormisu as well. On the brink of death. 30 seconds as they start to pull together their Exy. Marek is so blind, but actually so blind but unchecked, because all attention was drawn over towards Summer. Marek gets 2 for his liking, and that is the round all but done. Westman 1 versus 5, never gonna happen. And Rare Atom put themselves back on to the board, and they do it in style as well. All 5 staying alive, so a flawless round for them. You cannot complain with that. And pressure now being put on towards that T-side economy too. Another positive on top of a very good round.
Yep, really clean. Gonna have to keep that up. Gonna have to look to break the bank. They're already halfway there. So we'll see if they can do it into this round and just keep this streak going. Really stay hot on Lynn Vision. It's something that, again, coming into the early stages of a map, it's been very, very hard for these teams to stay in the conversation, and then we start getting a bit confused, and then you're relying on a crazy streak, which surely you feel like has to run out eventually. So, yeah, making yourselves known early, it's a big deal. Really solid stuff from Rare Atom as they get another rifle round going here. Kormisu doesn't quite know where to look either. He's going to drop. All of a sudden, a 5-on-3.
Vision, they might even angle to save again if they can't get a kill within the next 30 seconds or so. Especially if one more's to fall. That'll all but shore it up. Not even a single point of damage dealt towards Rare Atom just yet. As you can see, ChildKing finally back on the board too. He is pivotal for Rare Atom if they want to be taking this train.
Got a lot of space here to work with. Li Hang seems quietly aware. Maybe not aware enough, and if he has to keep swapping between angles, he's going to start doubting himself. Thin eye of the needle there. ChildKing watching it, however. So there's not as much gap as they would first think. Ugh, Zaka, that's a bit rough. Misses his shot. Will land it on the AK, though. A bomb site all of a sudden seems open. Just get that bomb down. Somewhat panically, Tiger comes in from behind to drop the bomb. Where's he come from? No time for the plan. Westmelon 8 HP, not going to happen. There was a little comeback in the middle of the round. Westmelon even goes down for good measure, but Rare Atom will confirm it.
Okay. All tied again. And, you know, big positives again to be taken away from that. Nothing saved on that T side. No bomb plant either. And you can see how it then spirals into what is essentially a 2-for-1. And Vision can't bring that much to the table here.
Lihang.
Way up close. I kind of like this. You've got to be taking AMA control. It's such a priority. Tiger's so confident.
Yeah, looking
glad
good
to see him back,
board.
bro. He's fun when he's hitting shots, but just last I think he was trying it and then he started missing a few or getting punished, and you kind of get tilted a little bit.
Sure. And maybe just a map preference, you could argue as well. Not one. I mean, there's a lot of reps there, but if you have a look down it, you know, they've been spamming it out. I don't know. It's difficult to say, but Tiger, I've liked what I've seen from him actually in this series, and just sort of in general. I think that the Kaze boots regionally are pretty big. Whether statistically and effectively they were big is another question, but you know, you have to pay respect to that position.
Sure.
And he's kind of been doing that.
Great timing on the molly. That actually might even split up as well. The offense will have to go through the flames, which makes life difficult. Is Westmelon going to get the plant out here? Yes, just about. So I guess that's ultimately all you're looking for in that round is a bomb plant. The chances of winning it are next to non-existent. So I guess job done in a weird way there. Kill on a bomb plant. Can't expect all too much more. But there's that lead. You win this next one as well for Rare Atom, and Lynn Vision actually pretty early into this map starts to get into a position of being in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, of course. Maybe starting the streak here once again on the Rare Atom side of things. But yeah, when the AWP is going crazy like this, we're going to keep our eyes on him. And he did really step things up towards the tail end of the last map as well, actually, so I think maybe picking up on that momentum. But yeah, Lynn Vision struggling to get into things at 4-3, sure, but you have to bear in mind, rifle-wise, it has been Rare Atom that are the stronger squad. There was a force buy win for Lynn Vision, then you fend off against the follow-up force buy, then it's an eco, right? So it's kind of a devastating position for a CT side to be in when they lose that follow-up to the pistol. Once the guns have come out, they've looked a lot better.
They have. Rare Atom has done this a couple of times in the maps they've won as well, where, you know, extremity rounds haven't exactly been super clean, but consistency across the gun rounds has been something they've been very good at. Back towards B. Seems to be the play. And Marek does some support and a great time on that smoke as well. Not going to leave them loads of time off the back of it. And they might actually even pull away. The bomb doesn't look like it's too inclined to go there just yet. Sue, first to fall. Look at this by Marek. Oh, what a move. What a move by him. Staying in ramp actually would have been the priority there, but the bomb's dropped in a really difficult spot to recover from.
Oh, Starry, decent find from him though. Bomb is going to get picked up. Losing a few members on the way. Maybe enough has been done. There's a flank coming round. Lihang just has to wait for that, really. Try and draw attention to him with the spamming. And Amelia does have other ideas at the moment. But which one? Yeah, which one? Go now, ChildKing. He's not looking. He's not checking it. And he will never switch, it seems. Westmelon left in the 1 versus 2 here. ChildKing tap onto the bomb. Westmelon panicked. Gets taken down. If he had a kit, the hold is viable. But because he didn't, he has to take the fight, but still going to win it out. Perfectly played by ChildKing.
Yeah, it really is. I've gone back to it again. I think just Marek does so well here. This move, it's such a bold one to make, but ChildKing at that tail end, timing was perfect, and he gets a bit of fortune on where they're holding for him. 1v2 and a 2-round lead. Money to invest, though, is kind of the main thing, but Invision can attack pause before they commit to whatever they're going to do here. I'm glad they are calling these. We've spoken about this quite a lot in this series, where Invision in particular have actually been quite bad at picking the time to go for attack pauses. They've been leaving it arguably even, way too late.
It's true. It is true. But this is another thing that sort of starts to creep in. And that is, again, when the pressure is on, when the stakes are higher, then suddenly you remember these little things that you should be doing. And I think that you have to respect that even in map 1, the stakes are high because of the knock-on effect that they can have. And again, I think it's something that the teams in this region can lack a little, is the respect for each map, the respect for each round. Summer looking and successfully finding 2. He's backed up nicely. Well, that's certainly not going to be a nice taste for Lynn Vision after the timeout. Damn, not what they wanted at all. Flick nearly lands, but yeah, they have countered beautifully there, Rare Atom. Looking very, very good here. They talk a lot about the mental, a lot about the tilt. It might just start to set in.
Yeah, and also the other thing really for Lynn Vision, with every single round Rare Atom find, the pressure builds too. This is that Pro League spot that they're vying for in this final. And we're getting to a position where more and more rounds that Rare Atom find, the slimmer the chances of Lynn Vision. They're already a map down, and they're now 3 rounds down here too. I still want to see a comfortable lead. I want to see like 8 rounds from Rare Atom to even be in a position where I can speak confidently, because I know how CT side of this map can be. But at the very least, this is really, really good in terms of a start.
It's true. It is most certainly true. Slow build up here. Decent nade damage to kick things off. I'm going to burst out. Only the 1 player for now. His back end is sticking out, but Marek doesn't seem to be too bothered as well to even find 1 there. Summer trading back. Westmelon remains low, and even lower the Molotov. Doesn't make it deep enough, 1 tick of that thing could have taken him down. However, the bomb plant is just looking less and less likely. All going to be down to Amelia. They tried to press forwards to find some kills. It doesn't happen. Rare Atom starting to steamroll here.
Yeah, there they are. They are really starting to run away with things now. Oh, man, this is getting so worrying. I don't know if I feel kind of super confident as well for Lynn Vision on this map. We come back to what we're saying. Yes, they've been winning it a fairly decent amount, but time is running out on, I guess, kind of just redoing what they did the other day, right? We saw them just decimate Rare Atom on this, but last time out they played was 13-7, and Rare Atom have already got there. Just going to check now as well. Was it actually a CT start for Rare Atom too? Because if it is, that's already a hell of a lot better. No, it's actually a T-side start. So, keep an eye out. The worst is still to come, I guess, in theory. I guess maybe even shoring up what I was saying the other day about how... No, the other day. I mean, the other round, may I say, about how actually I want to see them get kind of at least 8. If you only got 3 rounds T-side in an entire half, that shows that, A, Rare Atom aren't great on the T-side, and B, Lynn Vision are pretty solid on the CT side.
He hang close to the action here, backed up by the AWP. There has been a cross that they've missed. Ooh, and Westmelon, quick one. Tiger stays alive. Looks so strong here. As I say, there is a cross that they missed, but Marek comes in with the support. The Brown Holes crunches have just been so effective, and Lynn Vision, Again, getting stuck, right? Where's like an Ivy rush to completely change it up? Where's they main play? They just seem to be very head against the wall. Let's beat them in brown halls. Let's beat them in B, but it's just not happening for you guys.
Yeah, the default has been figured out completely, and they continue to keep going and trying to brute force their way through. It's getting difficult to watch now, though, because Reratum aren't having to change anything up, really. All they're being called upon to do is hit their shots, which, as we've seen, they're doing a good job of. Eight now. They hit the number that I wanted. Some are playing anti. It's a double stack here on Ivy. There will be a test in a second. Oh, they line up for Tiger. Oh, that is the worst possible way to start into the final round of the half. And surprise, surprise, we go back to B.
Well, the thing is, I think they were still trying something a bit different. They obviously like the B-bomb site. They've obviously done a lot of work over here, or find success, or have some nice executes, but they did try something a bit different with Ivy moving first. And you know, despite the 2 kills, it has worked in theory. We'll see if they can hold on to the side, though. Look at this. Player up close. Westmelon thins the numbers once again. It's not like they're much worse for wear. Tiger keeps the kills coming in. Lee hang on high, just about finds his kill. Call Me Sue up close. No ammo for the Deagle. He's not taken any damage yet. Where is Summer? He doesn't know. There's just so much noise. It's planted for Call Me Sue. He's going in for the hold here. Doesn't quite commit to it. May well have been able to get that over the line. Call Me Sue missed a few shots, but he will clutch up in the end. It all works out. The consolation round at the tail end. Will it be enough for Lynn Vision to stay alive here? This could be it for Lynn Vision. This could be it for Rare Atom, as they are just a few rounds away from that Pro League spot. And maybe, in a lot of ways, against the odds, Lynn Vision coming into today felt like the favourite. Rare Atom have not really impressed as much the past few months. Coming into this map, they felt like the favourite. But something is changing. Rare Atom looking so damn good, and Lynn Vision, they had an idea into the pistol. They were going to get aggressive in Ivy. Leaves the rest of A pretty vulnerable. The bomb's gone down without a hitch, without a frag. There is a kit here for Zaka. A lot of utility for the CT side at large, but always going to be nervous if you've not found a kill. You don't feel confident. You've got to move into the Glocks here and try and find the heads. Call Me Sue remains a great pistol player here. Can the rest of the team help him out? Looks like the answer might just be yes. Lee Hang, quick one from him. Same from Tiger. Down to the one-on-one. Call Me Sue looking good. There's not a lot of time left. They had that kit, so they played it a bit slower. He's managed to pick it up, but he just is not going to be able to get to the bomb in time. And Rare Atom, skin of their teeth, will get that 9th.
That is so big, though. Getting a strong start across both of the halves. Lynn Vision's chances are dwindling round upon round. It's slipping further and further away. 9 now. I feel like you've got to force. You know me. You know I don't love my force bias on the CT side, but you've actually got to win a round that is against the grain of it, and they're actually not going to. So they're going to give 10 towards this Rare Atom side. Unless the Double Eagles can go absolutely nuclear here, but let's be frank, that feels pretty unlikely. And it's not even Starry wielding one of them. If it was, I would kind of maybe back him a little bit. Shelter spotted. Easy first find. Starry doesn't follow suit in towards that death tunnel. Flash in is ineffective, may I say. I mean, Amelia swings in and nobody was really affected by it. Everyone was playing anti at that point.
Not quite happening. In towards B, maybe a slightly better look. As they are stacked and ready. Ooh, there's a kill, there's some damage. Just hold on a second. Uh-oh, Call Me Sue comes round. They now know where the remaining 2 are. I think one more kill, you can be kind of happy with it. Oh, running out of ammo at the worst possible moment. Call Me Sue finds another in the back lines. Oh my god, 2 HP. 2 HP, and Call Me Sue gets his 4K on the Deagle. What the hell? How has he done that? I'd love to see a couple of those from his end. That's wild.
I can't believe it. What a way to salvage what was looking like a dire spot. Do you know as well, for the most part, you don't actually need to force buy here if you're Rare Atom. The only one who's really going to be properly affected by this is Marek, who's at like 1.5, but everybody else can get a buy into his next round if they were to sort of take a step back in this round and say, all right, we'll kind of give it up. The standard protocol is always to match a force buy with a force buy, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for off the back of their attack. But Lifeline well and truly grabbed on off the back of Call Me Sue's heroics. We're still seeing some slow performances from key individuals. Zaka and Starry are the 2 that we would always bring up. Immediate obviously has his moments for this side. Now's the time for them to get going. Then again, flip side though, ChildKing's not exactly been lights out. It's all been off the shoulders of Tiger and Summer. And in particular, for Summer, that's pretty important. Very rarely do we look towards him for numbers, and especially judging by how he took this series, he's obviously struggled in the mechanic side of things. Not so far though.
Crazy. Yeah, crazy. Bit more of that. Let's see here. Utility looks good for Rare Atom here. That's obviously the angle that they've chosen to take. Could have certainly had an automatic weapon, perhaps. A few MAC-10s, maybe even a Galil in the works, but opting to go for the utility instead. And we'll see what they're able to pull off with it. Pretty slow build up here. I think Lynn Vision feel You know, when there's that tension in the air after a Force by win, well, eco win of their own, and then one now from Rare Atom, it can get a bit weird. You have to be very careful, head on a swivel, and just really keep your wits about you for these upcoming rounds. Really winding the clock down here. 35 seconds for Rare Atom. The Molotov is perfectly timed. The flashes are good. Kills at range. Oh my goodness. Lee Hang doing his best Call Me Sue impression. 2 big deagle shots from him. A finish off as Amelia is left alone. And yes, an all-important trade, I think, to really lock this one in. Wow. Wow. I can't believe they got away with it.
This comes back to what we saw in these previous maps. Dust2 in particular, the back and forth affair. Amelia going to try and clear on the corner, but a tech down up close. Only one's winning that. 10-5. There's double digits they were looking for. And once again, a broken morale for the CT side. Now, 2 out of the 5 had 5k in residual cash. Zachar and Westman, so they can buy in. But then when you get around it, double deagle and a 5-7. So he might be calling upon Call Me Sue for something a little bit special once again, but can he do it twice? I don't know. That's too big of an ask.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? I suppose, is indeed, are they made of sterner stuff here? Really impressive. And again, backs against the wall. Able to deliver. We talk about the Chinese region, it's kind of on the up. But one of the big things that's really broken out over the past year or so is the individual level.
Yeah.
You know, really stepping up, really showing what they are capable of. A new generation of players, perhaps, starting to turn some heads.
Okay. Quiet as Rare Atom really just want to make sure they don't go anywhere near a gamble stack of any sorts. More bodies towards B. There he is again. Call Me Sue and that deagle. Thank God ChildKing wins that fight. If Zachar had found that one, Round could be in trouble once again. The flying Mac 10 wants to put pressure on, but it's Call Me Sue, who steps up for a second, looks for a third, and shut down finally, but the flash is absolutely exquisite. Oh, Lynn Vision. Another round and a nothing that they convert, and they scoop up the orb. Oh, that couldn't have got any better.
Man, crazy. What is going on? What is going on here? I mean, you have to find some stability, especially if you're Lynn Vision. Rare Atom, of course, are in such a good position right now. So yeah, I think they obviously have to be very weary of these back and forth crazy kind of rounds. Now, looking at it, I think we potentially could have ecoed things here on the Rare Atom side. Just about. They've opted to go for it instead. You can see, I suppose, the economy is very top heavy. We got Tiger ecoing though. Why? You know, it's... I get it. In his head, it's because he's the AWP, he wants to buy the AWP, but surely if we're putting all of our chips in, you can't have one guy just keeping that extra $20 in his back pocket, you know, hoping nobody will notice. So, yeah, it does raise a few questions here.
ChildKing, I need something from you. Mara gonna scoop up an AK. 2 AKs, Tiger over Deagle. I can fathom away, but they've got to get 2 kills without the trade. $40 seconds. They're not even loads of time on the clock as they start to move in towards the A side. Great molly too.
Oh, Marek gonna go down pretty quickly. So looking good here. Yeah, Westmelon at range, keeping them fully under wraps. Call Me Sue will chime in. I mean, that's pretty much the story of Lynn Vision at the moment. It's Westmelon and Call Me Sue finding all the kills, but, you know, if that's the way they do it, that's the way they do it.
At the moment, they've got to do everything, really, that they can to just facilitate Call me Sue, right? Keep getting him in towards the thick of these fights. He's looking so sharp and so confident. Low buy now for Reratum. Economy finally shunted to a point where they know they can't risk the investment in. It should be 8 without breaking that much of a sweat. Bomb going towards B. Getting a plant would be nice, but for the most part feels unlikely.
You would think so. But stranger things have happened.
True. Maybe not here, though.
No, as the Deagle goes down. Now, I think the dream is maybe over. Long range dinks here. Uh-oh. Okay, Amelia's around, drops that bomb. Again, had me going for a second. If only we had maybe one more Deagle in proceedings, but 1 kill, still going to be nice. However, this is the important one. The gap closed once again from Lynn Vision on the cards.
This gun round is everything for Reratum. Keeping a stranglehold on this map. We're showing signs of this weak T side on train once again. It happened the other day and it looks like it's happening again now. Well, think of can they break the deadlock a bit here? Trades benefit the CT side as Call Me Sue for 2 again. Up to 20 now as he is being electric on this CT side. This second half from him is something so special. And ChildKing less than half HP. He maybe even looked towards Marek a little bit in this one, and he's not exactly had the most fantastic of series. It should be 9.
It should be by all accounts.
They're going to split up as well. I don't know if I love that.
I think desperate to try and make something happen, right? Mm-hmm. Hope that one player catches the other. Or distracts for the other, I should say. ChildKing refacing on 4 HP. They now know where the bomb is. It's maybe slightly earlier, yeah, than they would have liked, because Marek is still scaling, still making his move. He will reveal himself. First comes in, 2 more to go. But he's got a bomb to recover.
35 seconds.
Train, such a clutchable map. But he has to get moving.
So
He has to pick up the pace. Yeah, this is very scary. Amelia spotting those knees. Oh, nearly goes down. Nearly, but they will take it over the line.
Oh. Close. Very, very close. There was definitely a moment there where the worry sets in once again. A 1-round game and a pause back out. How can you not feel worried for Reratum? Back to a lower buy. The game should be tied 10 apiece. And Lynn Vision aren't really looking uncomfortable on this CT side at all. I think the way things are panning out, I mean, just because of the run of momentum, but also the history on this map for Reratum at T sides is that Lynn Vision should waltz most of the way, taking this one and pushing us towards at the side of Overpass.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, once again, you know,
guys.
Surely there had to be a map that made sense, but doesn't seem to be the case. We have, yeah, a lot of early damage done. A little on top of each other. Could have been a lot worse, actually. Not quite the case.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
they're so nice. When Zaka, he's a flicky guy, and they are pretty nice when they're successful.
Sorry. Playing around that smoke. If he'd actually made the push through, would have been able to net a bit of success there, but yeah. Opting against. Towards B seems to be the play. Good luck getting down though. This is such a deeply ingrained double stack on that B setup. The smokes are there at the very least, but walking away in this round feels like a big ask. They've got to get quite fortunate with one of the shots. Summer's up close. Gets one. Looks for a second. Oh, he gets it. He gets it, but it might not make a difference, and it won't. It's expensive. It keeps us giddy for a second. Oh, we're tied square, 10 apiece, and her Atom, healthy lead, seriously squandered.
Yeah, the rounds come to them, and they were finding good success. I don't know, again, though, man, where is the timeout?
Yeah.
There's so many teams that after the low buy loss, they would just take a timeout, you know, and they'd be like, whoa, okay, what's happened? Talk it over. It's all good. Take it in stride, whatever. There's just no timeouts, man, and I really do think it could make a difference. You should be able to close this here and now. You should have probably closed it already. Not the case. Zaka, advanced position. Ooh, will lose Amelia. They're not really ready for this AWPer, though. And the funny thing is, this is exactly what they were doing to Lynn Vision.
Yep.
They get caught off by it, so an advantage now for Lynn Vision.
Yeah. Spot on. Fighting fire with fire, and Rare Atom seems so indecisive of what they want to do now. Numbers don't favor them. They've got basically no information to work with anymore, or no information that is current and clear. So it's a reset of the round with under a minute on the clock. You head back to A. There's bodies here to meet you. They did bring 3 over towards B, but very easy for Kormisu to rotate over, and that molly comes down at an absolutely apt time.
All right, here we go. Can they hold it together? 30 seconds left. Oh, some timing's missed here on both sides of the equation. The AWP shot misses. A lot of damage done by Kormisu then. He will go down, but surely enough has been done, you would wager. ChildKing, very low indeed, and probably, if he's allowed, going to save this AWP, which he is. But Lynn Vision keep the rounds coming. They'll now take the lead.
Oh, they're hunting.
And we look down. Oh, man, that timing is crazy.
I have a feeling this one might have spotted him.
Oh, you should have waited, Brev.
Yeah.
For time to run out. But whatever. Either way, no save. And round advantage for Lynn Vision. And now we time out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You've got no money, no hope. For goodness sake.
It has been a bit of a classic, though, hasn't it, within this series? And Lynn Vision are prone to this themselves, where they've just been letting these games run a little bit too long before finally freezing it up and taking a moment to converse. I've had a time to talk, but yeah, no money to work with in towards this one. Looks like we go for a buy. Lihang AK, the Eagle P250, and a Tech 9 to round it out. ChildKing might actually be wielding nothing. Doesn't even have armor. Oh, so he is actually just a human flashbang here. Quite literally bringing nothing to the table because he dropped over. A lot of orders on Lihang to do something special here.
Yeah, wild stuff. Very, very desperate indeed. You know, this is what the timeout is about, I would imagine. So yeah, gonna have to pull off the impossible. And they look set to do it towards B. Now they have passed the first test, which is living in the brown halls. Thankfully, Lynn Vision not getting aggressive, so they've kind of handed them the opportunity to pull off this execute and try and make it work. Failed Molotov there as it hits the roof, and I certainly hope it wasn't for Amelia all the same. He's only good for the one at the moment. Advanced position from Marek. Falls flat. The bomb plant goes down. Lihang on the AK now. The unknown element is activated. There's a flank coming in. There's a player that they've sort of lost a little bit in the smoke, but Starry manages to find him. Tiger down below, Lihang up top, gonna have to go absolutely nuclear. Double swing coming in, and it will be successful to drop that all-important rifle. Lynn Vision, it's damage, it's a bomb plant, but they hit map point.
Yeah, okay. map point, stay alive in the series, push us. So it holds a 5th. And Rare Atom have just fallen off a cliff here in this second half. Next to nothing is being on offer, really, in these gun rounds. The only two they won were going to right at the start, the pistol and then the janky force buy. A great run ever since. 7 rounds in a row for Lynn Vision. What a run from them. I don't see it slowing down anytime here. Early nade damage on towards Tiger. ChildKing's up close. Starry tempted to check. He'll double back towards Pop, which is the right call because Li Hang's waiting to go and Marek will be in support.
He main moves first, though. There'll be some flashes out. Starry not phased. Quite the kill, but damage is in. Ready for the A-main fight, and that slight soften up, making all of the difference for that first kill. Rare Atom create it, and they drop back. That's what they were looking for. It's cost them a lot of HP, but they do have the advantage now. Okay. Tiger.
Okay. You know, as you do, you take those.
Madman.
Yeah, you definitely take those. Two-man advantage as they play for OT. $35 as well to make a decision of what they want to do as they scale up through Ivy. Don't have loads of time on the execute itself, but the one benefit they have is that the A site itself is open, so a plant should be all but guaranteed.
Oh, Westmoreland does well to get one. In all fairness, but still looking good here. The numbers continue getting thinned. Oh, man. Call Me Sue has just crept in. He just wasn't ready for the cubby angle, unfortunately. So, easily finished in the end. Rare Atom bringing it down to all 24 once again. Man, it has been an absolute slog here. Such a lengthy game. As long as they get, man. As long as they get, for sure. Look across that top left. 13-11, 1960, 13-11 again. Crazy work. And this time it's Rare Atom who are looking to take us to the overtime.
Westmoreland. Oh my god, if he had just taken a shot there. Probably would have got one, but you get it with an aid regardless on towards Tiger. Marek and ChildKing are both so vulnerable too. As it goes full 24, but it looks like right at the final hurdle, Atom might drop.
Flash misses. Oh, so does Zaka's shot. Lifeline potentially for Rare Atom. What is the game plan here? Do they have something up their sleeve for the A site? I don't think so, right? There's a lack of utility and it's tough to get out. You take so much damage doing so. Not necessarily a Hail Mary, but putting a lot into this B bomb site. But then keeping it slow. Not sure what the logic is here. The utility down, it's going to draw attention. They get the flashes in. There was no one really ready to burst. It looks very, very flat here. They've lost 2 before they even get into the bomb site. So an absolute turnaround going to be needed. Summer is trying to be the one to do it. He's going to have to be the one to do it. 20 seconds left. Can't find all those kills by himself. And Lynn Vision will take us the distance. A 5th map required here. Overpass is what it all comes down to. Going to be a very strange battlefield over there, but once again we are lengthy, we are drawn out, and it is the minutiae within these rounds that makes the difference.
One of the longest series I have done in a hell of a long time. At best, they get their selective start. I probably want to be starting CT side here. I think for Atom, obviously it was the better half of them in that previous map. I think just generally, Overpass is very akin to training in that sense, where if you have these surefire setups, this map can look really, really quite simple on the CT side. The one worry for us, though, with Rare Atom is just the fact that they've only played this map once in the last 3 months. They don't really play it at all. And that was against Invision, and they lost 13-6. So, not exactly the greatest thing. First of all, you don't have reps on it. And second of all, on top of that, not only you don't have reps, but you didn't win. You got destroyed against the opponent you're now playing. And this is all the way back in Cup number 1 as well. So let's see. T-side start for Lynn Vision, as expected, with Rare Atom on that CT side. And it's now a best of 1 brawl to see who we book in their spot to Pro League.
Marek on the jump spot here, making a lot of noise while doing so. One more. Oh, okay. Well, he's just going to keep jump spotting away. He might have seen them by now. They are on the contact up short here to try and burst in towards B. There's 4 players here, though. Extremely ready for this. ChildKing especially. Oh, and there's another man at barrels for good measure. It's still somehow down to the 1 versus 1. Amelia can't even get in towards the site here to get the bomb plant and reset things down. So it's a straight up standoff here, of course. Summer on that USP looking to try and find the clean headshot. Misses the cross. Amelia has a chance to maybe close things down. Not going to happen as Summer finds him cleanly. And the pistol does go the way of Rare Atom.
Needed to start strong on the CT side. Got to get out the gates. But we've already seen how this side can really drop off a cliff and things aren't going well. So CT sides, we are doing a lot more of your kind of better work. You have to shore up a really good half again. We've just seen that 8-4 wasn't enough on train. So the fact that we're kind of asking for something like 9, it's a huge ask, but we've seen the good periods from Rare Atom. We know in the good periods it is doable. Made over by Summer. Won't connect. But a low buy for Lynn Vision, so not too worried about this. But then again, maybe I should be, because we already did see how the low buys are good for Lynn Vision, especially when Call Me Sue's got a deagle in his hands. This time he doesn't.
Oh, Summer. Here's a footstep here. Making an attempt to mow a couple down. Slow burn as things pan out. Little bit of damage done. Not an awful lot to write home about just yet. Try and get these pistols involved. Try and panic a bomb plant, maybe. They might be able to. I don't know. Contacting round, worming their way in, maybe. These B players could get caught off. They're a little on top of each other. Not sure I'm a big fan of that. Starting to make some moves. Starting to get a rotation in now as well. Maybe the jig is up. But really winding the clock down on this one. Hoping to catch someone. Nade in hand. They do get 1 kill, but I don't think they'll get any more than that. Rare Atom. It took a while, but they fend them off.
That's work. Just making sure, I think, in that one. Just double checking as well. So, China, despite being how big it is, follows 1 time zone, right? It's +8.
Yes.
It's currently 3 in the morning.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah. 3 in the morning out in China currently. So, we are well past the midnight oil at this point as this grand final rallies on. First buy for Lynn Vision. We need to see some juice in this one. Kickstart that Seaside campaign as they've done a couple of times in previous maps. Maybe not so much train, but prior to that, Dust2 had really nice moments. And tap back into that again. Double nades to soften up Call Me Sue down to 60. Any of that kind of residual chip damage from nades is actually going to be super important, considering that there's 2 MP9s in play. Also makes Call Me Sue just a little bit more reluctant to take early map control. Now that he is being tied, it puts him in a pretty vulnerable spot. And he doesn't want to die too early. If he does, it gets rid of this ruse of what's brewing towards the A site.
Yeah, we'll see. Another slow roll from Lynn Vision, it looks like. Kind of work their way in. Remain busy, but not revealing themselves too early. 35 seconds left on the clock. Utility will start rolling all round Summer. Thinking about the peak, but they will flash him off for now. He does manage to get his kill, and the bomb is not really crossing in towards sight. So, again, this gets kind of questionable in places. The kills come back, however. Zaka will manage to find 2 with his. And now just remaining is ChildKing. 1 versus 3. He's slipped the net slightly, and there's some low HP bars. The bomb itself is actually flown down to B. So I think this one is in the bag, if you ask me. And the kill makes it happen.
Yeah. First on the board, and it's what you want to see. You know, your first gun round. Just get out of the gates very, very early. Put the pressure back on immediately. Still trying to build something out of this T side. A lot of teams have had real kind of fundamental issues with scaling on the T side of Overpass, especially just finding consistency there as well. Lynn Vision can do this now. Place to be, but you look on the flip side for Rare Atom, the buy is exactly super bountiful. Sure, we got the 3 M4s, but a Scout and a Deagle that have to round it out. It's not what you want, so lose this here, and Lynn Vision can start just pulling away.
Charging forwards. Behind the site, and these defenders are going to have to really do God's work from here. And, well, they get absolutely rolled over. Goodness me. Super clean B hit coming in. Tiger will remain alone. He's found 1. He's attempting the spam. Not going to happen for him. And maybe the option to save if he wants it. I don't think they're going to be too giddy for the hunt here, but he wants to stick around a little. I think a dink onto Zaka, but he lives. You can see it just creeping away. Just don't see me, you know, trying to hide.
Yeah, please
That's kind of hilarious. Brilliant, but no more kills for Tiger Hit.
Okay, so Tiger will survive, but it's 2 back-to-back for Lynn Vision. At a spot now again for this Lynn Vision side where you got 2 in a row. The financial pressure is now really on towards Rare Atom. The third should be all but guaranteed unless Tiger Scout can go absolutely nuclear. And at that point, we are now starting to see where this T side can really start working its way through this. And you're surviving with quite a few bodies alive too. So you can keep stockpiling cash yourself. Let's see, we've got a few upgraded pistols, but nothing too dangerous for the most part. Even the likes of dualies shouldn't be a problem against the full armor. I suppose that Mac 10 going to be sent out. The molly, that's been heard, so that's an easy one. Looks for 2, but it's with the support of a nade. Li Hang who finds a trade. Damage beat down towards Call Me Sue, but to get his kill nonetheless. Li Hang in a bit of trouble here, forced all the way back into water.
Might be able to find something. There is support for him as well. Grabbed a little slowdown here. Oh, Li Hang, and a tag from the Scout. This is close. This is really quite close. Spam is also close. Gonna take another with him. And now you do start to worry a little. Oh, man. Zaka, I think he survives. 1 shot. He's looking for the fight here as well. Not shying away from it, but no, he goes down. I thought he would just live it. Not the case. Tiger takes him. And a 1v3 on the Scout. You can't be serious.
We were just talking as well, saying into a round like this, you need heroics from Tiger. And we get exactly that. 3 kills to his name. Should have no right to be getting away with this sort of a round. And it all starts quite well. I just realized as well that was a T-side nade that I was able to kind of see off the first Westmelon who came around that corner with the support of Lihang. That's not what you want. An error there for Lynn Vision, a slip up as well now. Lee taken back. Confident shot a little bit for Lynn Vision, losing a round like that, realizing as well that as it does get late, they can really start to let fatigue take over a little bit. Lihang taking damage through that smoke.
Re-smoke coming in as well, so just keeping them at bay on B. Pretty solid look from here. Confident in their ability. We'll aim to try and find these early kills, but Lynn Vision not really giving them a cross, to be honest now. They're pretty far back, and once again playing contact. Once again looking to hit B. The hang, dead to right. Yeah, that's a real fast couple of kills. Lynn Vision again with these bursty B hits looking so good.
Nate down, but does catch Komisu. Damage on towards Akashore, but for Tiger, it's consolation. He actually probably doesn't survive here as well. Starry's there to meet him. Nice response from Lynn Vision. Did have to be something quite special, and that is what they get. Man alive. Enjoying going towards this B site. I think because they've been given so much space, you know, we're not seeing that much of a fight early from Rear Atom. They're not really trying to put super amounts of pressure. He's allowing a bit of space for Lynn Vision to maneuver around. Nice flick and a fine Tiger who invested in towards an open doors this round is deleted.
All right, going to make a big difference here. Really, really not looking good for Rare Atom then. I think Lynn Vision, look, there's a hiccup for sure, but they have looked very dominant in these rifle rounds. They're looking to do so again, contacting up long this time. So a few gaps that need covering from the Rare Atom side of things. Certainly not fully over just yet. Might be Marek to save this AWP. But of course not. He's going to look to try and give it a go here. 1 on 3 before they've even got the bomb down. They're ready and waiting to see if he's around. He will actually bail after the bomb gets planted and take that up into the next. So, going to be the round lead for Lynn Vision. Just about. But like I say, with the guns, with these more conventional kinds of rounds, they've looked a lot better.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's something that actually Rare Atom did a lot in the early part of this series where they were very, very good at, you know, sure, maybe the pistols and the force buys, the ecos were a little bit funky, but when it came to gun rounds, a lot of consistency there. This has definitely flipped from second half of Train onwards. All being in favor of Lynn Vision. The AWP save, that's a nice silver lining because it's a big investment to make into a round like this. Of course, they did go for a force, but could have gone for a rifle and a drop of something like an SMG. They instead try and put all that onus on Tiger. We just get immediately clipped by Zaka. Here it is again. But just caught off guard a little bit. They contacted up and they do a very good job of just trading together. Like you said, lead taken. And you'd assume double down. Just so that saved AWP that you've always got to be a little scared of.
You never know what might happen. Always the case in this series as well, to be honest. We've seen some very, very wild rounds. However, Tiger gets dropped. So, not going to happen in this one. He's got no support around as well to help him out. Nothing going to be coming of this. Few pistols left in the conversation, but they're late to get towards A. I think Lynn Vision should be in a pretty good position, going to hear a lot of this as well, because Westmelon is quite far forward, so you feel confident in their weaponry and their info and their positional advantage. They got a lot going for them at the moment, but 1 or 2 kills would be nice for these pistols, of course. The CZ really creeping in here now. Really creeping in here, bro.
You hate to see it. Because I know back the gun, not over a 5.7.
I have this one friend who is just cracked on the CZ. I think there's maybe, like, if you are good on it, the potential, like the skills ceiling almost of a CZ,
Yeah.
pretty high. 5.7 gets it up close, but the CZ, you can really make it work outside of its range if you're good. But I just think it's like the Julies or whatever. Those moments are once in a blue moon, you know?
Yes, yeah, you're right. I'm really, I don't know, whenever I've tried to use the CZ, I just cannot use it consistently, I think, more than anything. I'll have like one round where it's like incredible. I'm like, oh, this is brilliant. This is what I needed. And then next 10 times of using it, I just cannot control it at all.
Yeah.
Either way, it was a simple round. Nothing to be gained from the rear atom side. I couldn't get a kill. We're back to a spot now where it's, you maybe even argue for the most part, you know, a relatively comfortable lead. 2 rounds here and 5 in just in general on the T side. That's already pretty good. I've seen teams win maps with less rounds on T side. If Lynn get to 6, then I am very concerned for her atom.
Starting to keep it together here on that Lynn Vision side of things. Again, just that small blip, the loss of the pistol. So, yeah, I think there's a pretty decent conversation for Lynn Vision at the moment, as they are looking pretty solid, looking to just keep this streak going. Again, bursting in towards B, and again, smashing through. The barrel player just gets flattened every time. Nice little flash over from Lee Hang, but it's just not going to be enough. ChildKing, blind, burning, bullets, everything working against him. Marek will be all by himself here. Take one, back off once again is what you would think, but in classic fashion, he's going to look to try and give it a go in the 1-on-4 here.
Have a look. Oh, spotted now though as well. Should have no chance. Saka. Second attempt. And he'll get himself, of course, another kill. It's 6 as the timeout gets called for Rare Atom. Maybe even the argument to be made again, and something that we've brought up quite a few times of, is it actually, in a sense, like a little late, right? You know, you've lost control of this first half. The T side's already got to a point of being considered very comfortable, very good. Not all we want to be seeing, right? Where you are, you know, finally slowing things down again and having a conversation, but you're doing that with then on top of it, not really that much of an investment coming towards the next round, so you might not even be able to affect the round all that much either. The Vision have a great chance of getting 7, a guaranteed lead on the T side of Overpass. We're at them running out of time.
It's true. It is very, very true. Running out of time and space here. And I did wonder, Overpass as your decider, 5 maps deep. Is someone just going to crumble? And we may well have seen that from Rare Atom, unfortunately. They leave a lot on the table in this series, and I just have given a bit much. It's been a hard-fought battle all the way throughout. And indeed, if they just can't deliver in these rifle rounds, the way that they're getting rolled over really does not look hopeful. Another low buy as well. So it's going to be the half lead for Lynn Vision. He says, hold on, Lee Hang's got an angle here. Will go down. Trade is there though, so there's a bit of something. There's an AK to be retrieved in there. as well. So we're on the up. We are on the up here, Rare Atom.
Yeah, potentially. There's legs behind it. Astari's all in the zone here. And Call Me Sue, this lurk. Oh, if he loses this fight, I mean, it's really hard to win both of them, to be honest. Does he expect the second? Oh, Sue. Yes, that's what we needed. The fact that he's able to react for that second is massive. He has no idea where they can come from, but this whole B play is part of a ruse. Summer sucked himself in towards Graffiti. Call Me Sue has no idea as he clears every angle. Does Summer get checked? Call Me Sue, attention is drawn elsewhere. No, he's dead here. Doesn't even consider that, and Tiger gonna find Story. So Zaka caught into a 1 versus 2.
Lazy here again in the anti-eco, man. A few too many solo plays. We'll see if Zaka can bail them out. Kind of confirms the fact that they're not on the site at the very least. Trying to avoid the spam, but they will close him down through the molly. Gets the plant at the very least, but I don't know that they necessarily need that. Just kind of needed the easy round, guys. What the hell's happened? Again, it's the second pretty egregious. They had a man advantage there, 3v2, you know? Like, just... I don't quite know what the logic of it. You've got Starry making a play. You've got Call Me Sue making a play. Make a decision at the end of the day. Just, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, I know it is. 2-round game. If you're going to tie this up, if you're Rare Atom as well, you've got to do the hard way, because money's never going to be an issue, basically, for Lynn Vision for the rest of this half. So much cash build up already. Molly in towards top con. They're going to try and get out, and they will. The nade will still deal a significant chunk towards Amelia, but they get the map control, which is, of course, that priority. Not committed to the bomb just yet, but at least the bodies are generally in the direction of B, which they've had a lot of success with.
Yeah, what do they want to go for here, though? You can see there's a bit of fear in them. Not quite as much confidence as we've seen in the earlier rounds. Playing pretty far back, playing slower. And not really doing an awful lot of anything, to be honest. It feels like it could all be on this knife edge in the first half. The promise of a super one-sided half now has maybe faded away. And it may well, again, become even where it sort of has no right to do so.
You're right. Summer. Question being is, when does he make his move? I mean, he hears so much information. Oh, Summer. He himself is being flanked, and he'll fall. The flank gets flanked as they move in towards A. And as Westmoreland opens it up, this bomb can go down. And that 7th is looking all but locked in. And I think Rare Atom know that they're not going to give this one a go.
The save. I don't believe it. I suppose you're kind of forced into it here, really. There's not any other option. But yeah, Rare Atom again, just unable to get into these rifles, and maybe giving a bit too much of the space across. There's that thing, as too much respect. It'd be great to see them in the rifle round, getting aggressive, trying to create an early kill. In reality, they don't seem to be getting the shoulders out, you know, getting...
Yeah.
all that aggressive. So 7 rounds now for Lynn Vision. But you look at it, it could have been 9, man. What kind of a half we would have had if they'd not let those silly ones slip through their fingers.
No, you're absolutely spot on. They could have all but shored things up in this first half, to the point where it was never going to be that much of a debate, regardless of what Rare Atom throw in the second. But it's still a case where a lifeline, to some degree, is there for the taking. Third round of the half. Oh my god. Tiger had the right idea, but the molly will keep him at bay. He takes a lot of damage from it. Miss nade. Ashes round. It's Starry for the first. So Tiger eventually seen off after initial damage, and the molly will really tick on towards Summer 2.
Yeah, a little chunk of damage out of him. So indeed, once again, not the best starts. Starry slowly creeping forwards here. May well have heard some of the molly burning. Either way, waiting for his teammates to perhaps join up that drop. Most certainly been heard. Flash comes round, creates a kill. And Summer going to keep on going. Another flash as well for him to clear on out, but he can't make it out of there. Zaka chimes in with the AWP. The A-bomb site falls in an instant. As Rare Atom left scrambling to try and defend what they can. If they can. Lee Hang here out in the open. They're just not giving the free kills, not giving the easy fights across. Against the odds, he gets himself a couple, looking for a bit more here, and he's going to get it. It's all on Zaka. I don't believe it. Lee Hang, fire and flame, blocking him out. And it doesn't make a difference. ChildKing will close it. 7-5 at the turn of the half. A small lifeline for Rare Atom. We'll see what it does for them in the second half.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh.
Welcome back. The final half of regulation Counter-Strike. Who knows? I'm not going to count out the idea of an overtime here because we've already seen one of it. but it's 7-5. It's a great T-side coming through from Lynn Vision, and they're hoping to do more of the same here on the CT. Starry under pressure. He will just dive around that corner, but he's being chased. The hunt is on for Starry, and how in God's name has he got out of there? He won't for very long, as ChildKing does not give up. He'll get his, some one of his own as well, and they're out on towards his A site here. This could be a bit of a bloodbath as Amelia's up close. He's got to hit some quick shots. Bodies are dropping all around him, and so are Lynn Vision. A quick round. Marathon do not pull any punches.
Yeah, really big deal. Definitely what they needed as well to kick this off. They have been pretty consistent on the pistols, it feels like, so something to continue delivering on. Just get the rifle rounds working on this map. You know, they've had the pistol, they've had both pistols, I should say. They've had the low buy rounds. Just can't really get the guns working, it feels like. So, it's been very strange in that sense. The fact that they have managed to keep the game as close as it is. Hard eco hit from Lynn Vision. They look to get the guns out as early as possible themselves. However, they do smoke off Monster, so kind of intriguing. They must have some kind of a plan, and it seems to be the triple boost, forcing them towards shore, and they may well have failed it, I think. I saw someone fall off on the edge of my screen, and then, of course, the nade damage is pretty massive.
Yeah, well, this has been pretty easy. Zaka gonna get one. Just consolation kills, really. He's all but dead. Looks like, though, at the very least, he'll stay alive for now. ChildKing probably got other ideas. On the cross, he's been spotted. He's been dropped. So, you get one kill. That's all you can really expect in a round like that, where you bring nothing to the table, but at least now you can buy back in. Game tied square, though. 7 apiece. And, well, let's be honest, it doesn't really surprise us of how tight this match has been. This just seems actually just par for the course, really.
It is true. It is very true. Just to keep it going. Just to make it the longest series ever known to man.
Yeah.
Possibly ever. They're really trying to go for that title now. In for a penny, in for a pound, mate. You know, that's what I always say. So, yeah. Why not take us the full distance? I'm sure, in all seriousness, Lynn Vision have got something else to say about that, though. Gun rounds have been good. CT side has been good across the course of the day. And Zaka has been paramount to the victories here, for sure, that they have managed to net. And he will open us up.
Oh, nice find from ChildKing. He's pretty relentless when he's given the green light. Oh, and Summerall double back. Great due diligence just to check. Astari gets caught.
Tiger on the edge of the smoke here, trying to maybe catch one more to just get this in the bag. And I think he has missed a bit of timing. Westmelon takes out ChildKing. So now a full post plant playing in towards Banana and the bathrooms here, really. Not much else they can hope for. There's a smoke, but no kit, it would appear, on that Lynn Vision side of things. So they're going to have their work cut out for sure. Westmelon as well as the one with the smoke. He's a little low. He's not quite near the party. What's the game plan here? Just try and go in for the hold. Call Me Sue sells himself down. Zaka cannot keep it together. And they will pull it off. A very flat attempt at the retake there from Lynn Vision.
It happens. It really does. Yeah, for Lynn Vision. Absolutely shut down, and Rare Atom take a lead. And in its own regard, it's so shocking that we've seen this Rare Atom side be able to just recover so well. But that tail end of the first half gave them really just so much confidence to work with. Oh, bye. We've upgraded pistols. It's about as good as it gets. Zaka just going to keep hold of as much cash as possible for the AWP next round. Starry CZ up close. ChildKing doesn't want to tempt fate by going around that corner. There's 2 bodies to beat them, a CZ and a 5-7. So he'll take himself out. Out towards the line. Zaka spots one and he'll get out of there.
See if the pistols can find anything here. A lot of work to be done in a round like this, of course. Rare Atom want to see it off cleanly and not get a taste of their own medicine, dropping one of the silly rounds that could really make a world of difference here. And I think they are unsure of what to expect on the other side of this. You know, is there some kind of a buy? Is it a save? Hard to tell in this series, that's for damn sure. So they're just playing things quite slowly at the moment.
Okay. Summer. Drop on towards Zaka. Just make sure, clear this close corner. Not well enough. Westmoreland there with that CZ. Little too easy. That's an AK recovered. 5-10 real close as well. Can be damning. Amelia playing anti. It's labored. ChildKing only for one. Westmoreland's recovered AK. He's going to get a double. Hang on a second. There's legs here. And Tiger's going to get dinged too. 15 seconds.
Whole lot of time to work with. Again, could get slightly freaky. 10 seconds now. The bomb is no closer. And he's all alone all of a sudden. Tiger can't even get the bomb down. And, you know, speak of the devil and he shall appear, man. What is going on in these low rounds? It's absolutely wild. Westmoreland with the 4K. You can't be serious.
Oh, man. That is a tough one to let slip like that. It really is. Credit to Westmoreland, though. 19-9 for him, leading by example. Him and Zaka are really pulling the reins to keep Lynn Vision in this game. Flip side as well, it's more spaced out across the board. Just Marek, he's a little worse for wear, a little bit slower behind. Let's see. They're going to pop Call Me Sue in, maybe off the back of some information gain, but at the moment, nothing there.
Lee Hang. Ready and raring for a fight. And there is a chance Call Me Sue might get bored of this and attempt to cross. He will do so, but not before he gets a smoke down. So, smart guy. Knows what's up. We'll get a replenishment of that smoke as well. Big round here, it feels like. Really big round, in fact. Very, very curious as to what Rare Atom might have in the back pocket. They're down to the dregs of the utility now. So, got to try and decide on which way to go about this. Nice nade damage onto ChildKing. He's having a look for this first kill. Meanwhile, a burst comes out. The flash, the return flash is absolutely perfect. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That is about as clean as it gets.
You really can't have any complaints about that, can you? Fantastic work. And they were waiting for that opportunity to come round. They just do so well. It's also the fact that when that bomb gets dropped, that is round already basically done. But there's 2 more kills found behind it. 9-8. Vision rip back the lead. And they rip the funds from the pockets of Rare Atom, leaving them with nothing in this. ChildKing continues to rise up there.
We're big fans of ChildKing here. He's going to go down quite early on into this round. Looking good. Looking very good. Westmoreland.
Okay.
What's happened here, man? He's on, what, like 10 kills? Maybe even 11 kills in 3 rounds?
Yeah.
Going crazy, this
now.
guy.
Yeah, he was 15-9. So 11 kills.
That is mad.
That's 10 rounds, of course, for Lynn Vision. Once again, time starts to run a little thin on the sand timer for Rare Atom. Not long left in this one. Things continue this trajectory. You lose this round. That's 11 for Lynn Vision. You're making the big decision of do we actually buy for OT. The spam is actually good for Westmelon. Starry will find Tiger. That'll open things up. He just about survives that encounter. Now doesn't even know where to play, to be honest. Oh my. Oh, the jump peak. That is so risky, Westmelon. He's so lucky that ChildKing wasn't looking his way.
Utility reigns in to keep them at bay out of B as well. Lynn Vision starting to hit their stride here. Really looking good. And Rare Atom scared off of B. It's going to have to try and give the A-bomb site a go instead here. Slow creep up. Starry spots a couple. Wants to try and take a fight, but not going to hand itself to him. It's an interesting setup. 2 out at long. Starry's position means they're going to be ready for a long player, but will they be ready for 2, right? And ready for as many fights? Starry full sends it here. Amelia's on the bait, and it's going to pay off. Kinda genius. They just send Starry straight in. They know about him. They know about his name in the kill feed. ChildKing will keep it alive a little while longer, though. 4 for him going to be required. 15 seconds left on that clock, so he does need to get the bomb down. Oh, and they've crept a bit closer than he was thinking. Lynn Vision netting number 11.
Okay. They're on the brink now. They can all but grab onto that Pro League spot. Rare Atom. How do you actually go about these last couple of rounds, basically? You didn't get a bomb palm, but a lot of teams like to force it. Half investment for them. Few Tech 9s, PJ50 and a Deagle. Must be heartbreaking as well in a marathon of a game like this. Pushing nearly 4 in the morning local time. All 5 maps to lose and gain nothing from it. I can't even imagine that feeling.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement. I think it's kind of a wild ride. And, I don't know. Curious to know if they've maybe asked for it to be a bit later. Maybe they didn't realize. Very curious to know why, you know, we've not started at like 10 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
In all honesty, but I'm not complaining. I can certainly see that it's starting to get to some of the players, though. That is for damn sure. A long one. It's what you maybe sign up for as a Counter-Strike professional. A lot of space taken here by Rare Atom.
Starry making a move. They can slow them down briefly. Starry's position becomes really strong. That's the 5th player. Tiger's in the back lines. He's going to check, though. Oh, whoa, double dink by Tiger, the first through the wall. And the T-side scaling well. That's an AWP scooped up. Hang on a moment. Amelia's up close. Does he get overlooked? But he doesn't do well enough. What is happening in this round? It's all on the shoulders of Westmelon, and he can't save them. Rare Atom. A round seemingly out of nowhere.
Unreal. Unreal once again. As they potentially could nick it away. Do not avert your eyes. It is not over just yet. Man alive. Crazy stuff here. And we'll see. Lynn Vision going to have to bounce back immediately, in all honesty. They are quickly out of cash. Only Westmelon and Zaka feel comfortable with a loss, as it were, quote unquote. So, really got to be careful in this follow-up.
Westmelon. It's actually Zaka who gets the kill. Such a known quantity there, ChildKing, that there was no way of escaping. You couldn't even really have made it up in towards top con. And a re-smoke down in front of Monster. Puts to a halt the map control.
just for the time being. Really winding slowly, and those small overfaces
I controlled
are going to make such a difference. Yeah, at that range.
Yeah, what the hell? Like, that was
This long of a series.
not lost a beat, huh? That was like, he had no room for error there.
Yeah, solid stuff.
Lihang's actually had a great series as well.
He's been looking good. He's kind of second fiddle.
Yes, yeah,
Maybe to ChildKing a little bit, but like he's still pretty solid. I think someone who maybe flies under the radar. Oh, man. Amelia! Yeah, I was going to say I had a chance, but there's Lihang again. Still looking crisp. He seems to have really come alive. Big kill, though. 15 seconds as well. Westmelon could easily sacrifice himself to just slow this bomb down. Maybe get the kill on the carrier once again. Thin some numbers. They are starting to panic, but they just land their headshots. Wow. That is very lucky. Maybe even no time to get the bomb down. I don't know. It's hard to say without those kills.
Oh, immediately he just has to get one here, unfortunately. And Lihang, just as we were singing his praises, oh, how he bails them out. That one kill alone, worth its weight in gold to give them that little bit of a runway. This is, yeah, this game doesn't want to end. I mean, of course, attack pause called by Lynn Vision, but following it is a really actually quite difficult conversation of, do we actually buy around Westmelon here, or do we give up the 11th to shore up a full buy-in towards the next so Zach can get an AWP? Which feels for me like the right call. Westmelon with the M4, let him try and cook, the rest of the team half buy, keep as much money on hand. Zach are up next round, you get a full buy around it, and that's when you can immediately ramp the pressure back up right towards the tail end of the map.
Man, this, again, is just so much closer than it really ever should have been. We would expect nothing less. And look, I think at the very tail end of a series like this, you can maybe be forgiven for taking your eyes off the ball, but it's these earlier maps that we're going to look back towards. It's like, should you have let it come that close? Should you have let it slip? Should you have closed things out? There's a lot to criticize from both of these teams. That is for damn sure. Westmelon close to the action. However, they pivot. Yeah, they hear fights happening at front bathroom, and they decide on that instead. So long, not going to be the option here, it would seem. Making their way back over. It's where Westmelon wants them. Is there anything to deal with him? It looks like not, but he just doesn't win out the fight. Unfortunately, that's kind of the risk of the spot like that. You're hoping you go unchecked or something along those lines.
Remaining two. No real chance here. ChildKing is low. You can see him sort of tentative to take the fight as well. Does Zaka clear this? Yes, he does. Of course he does. An AK recovered, but for 20 seconds, he probably might even be dead to rights now. Oh my god, he's fighting for his life with Lihang on the complete opposite side. He's trying to stay alive, but Lihang is not going to let that happen. And he gets his obliged one kill around, as we've seen him get for the last, well, many on the T side, to be fair. 11-11. Who would have thought, Scriv, that we get at least the full 24 in this map?
I mean, listen. It depends. Within the map itself, you have to still apply the logic of like, okay, this scoreline looks good, this team looks good. Within this series, I mean, why not? You know, make them all 13-11s. Make them all as long as possible.
Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, crazy. I was joking, guys, but they seem to have taken it quite seriously. Yeah, wild. And messy. And ultimately, uncontrollable, right? That's the big thing here. Which team is going to be able to just keep that little finger on the cliff, you know, before falling into the lava below? This just feels like such a wild ride.
Let's see. Unspotted by ChildKing there on the dice jump. Or Zaka. That'll get the first. It's an important kill. Despite ChildKing maybe not running away in terms of the frag department, he's getting a lot of space for his team basically every round. Numbers advantage. 45 seconds. Lynn Vision really just have to play a bit of this clock. That is an excellent flash. The leg spotted. That's enough. And Call Me Sue, it's about trying to stay alive for him, which he can't do for very long because Lihan gets 2. Uh-oh. Body spotted. Starry all but dead to right, but thankfully there's still bodies here towards B. It is chaos and carnage, and it's all on the shoulders of Lihan, who needs a quad clutch. And Amelia will shut it down at 2. Map, series, and Pro League point. Now Lynn Visions.
Absolutely wild. Just unreal. The rounds that these teams are getting away with, the way they're being won. Just crazy work. Timeout from Lynn Vision while they're in the lead.
That's a rarity, to be fair. We don't see
it's not
many
something
of them,
you see very often.
especially not in this series. So what do they got for us? Potentially the final round of play here, but these guns to be wielded by Rare Atom. They've proved to themselves that there's ways to win. On this T side, they've found out about how to put them under a lot of pressure. FAMAS for Call Me Sue. Rest of the team rocking the full buy. Of course, AK going to be wielded by Starry, who's been pretty quiet this map, to be fair.
It's true. It is very true. Hit or miss kind of player, and I think that sort of sums it up a bit over the past 6 to 12 months. Starry, speaking of, though, strikes true for that. Gonna have to battle his way out of here and can't quite land the spray down onto ChildKing. So I'll even things up pretty quickly there, Rare Atom, but it's forward facing from Lynn Vision. Really had an idea. Call Me Sue gets in a pretty good spot here, closing off the short approach. What is the idea from Rare Atom going to be then? Zaka chiming in with his AWP. Not good. They are really far back. It's not like they're trading anything for these kills. So, advantage Lynn Vision pretty heavily, you might argue. A contact B. The Hail Mary move. The Hail Mary play. Amelia reacts a bit too early. Surely not. Surely not the moment that gives Rare Atom the way back in, if not the game in the long run.
Oh, they figured out Sue on the flank. Zaka and Westmoreland, to be fair, the two best players so far for this Lynn Vision side, called upon in the retake. Lihang and ChildKing both vulnerable, so Marek has to take a lot of the control here. He's had a bit of a slow series though, Marek, so if ever there was a time to step up, will be now. They dive in. They know they've not got loads of time to work with, so they've got to take fights. They've got to try and take a bit of onus here. Miss shot. Lihang on the trade. Zaka looking for bodies. He's not going to get them. They're double stacked. Sure, we're going the distance. It's overtime here in map number 5. Of course it is. As these two sides, none of them will bow out.
Crazy. What is going on? Just unreal here. We really are going the distance. I feel like we've got to be in for the longest series. There's got to be an argument.
We're getting there, man. So
we've got to look at
2 p.m. our time. It's
now
8 p.m. I just
6
hours.
hours.
Numbers. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. Where am I?
6 hours. This has got to be up there.
Yeah, it's worth looking into for anyone who's interested. Maybe we'll do the same after the fact. The boost from Tiger. And we see a reset, a complete change-up in energy from both of these squads, man. Charging forwards, getting aggressive, boost coming in, early fights, way less pressure. it would seem.
ChildKing drops Amelia. That's what you want to see, as Starry will also drop as well. Lynn Vision have folded over here in round number 25. Definitely not what you want to see in terms of where you've squandered the chance to close out this series in regulation, and now you're sat here about to go around down an OT unless Sue can bail them out, but he can only get one. That's not going to be enough. Westman has no chance in this one.
Not looking likely. He's still going to try and give it a go here. Plenty of cash to work with. Quick double dink. Fills you with some hope. They are spamming away at each other, though. And he's not dishing much out, but taking quite a bit. Might just be the only option is the save type argument. Trying his best to create a kill. Not going to happen. Actually, I think fully emptying that M4, which is why he swaps to another one. Still sticking around. Still wanting the fight. There you go. He takes one away with him. And honestly, there might have been an argument. If he just charged into the bomb, I think he might have been able to ninja. They had backed off pretty quickly there. I'm not going to lie to you. That would have been close.
Not the start that Lynn would have wanted. We're out to 13. And we're in this sort of position too where if Rare Atom can get 2 out of 3 as like a minimum in this first half of overtime, especially with their current form looking pretty good, that's when Lynn Vision are in a lot of trouble. I can't imagine for either of these two sides losing this series with it only being one spot as well. And they live. Resmoking towards front monster. ChildKing going to try and take some con control. And a lot of U-turn and flashes being extended in towards the rough kind of B area.
Util comes in. Clear out monster. No one here for now. So Rare Atom, actually a lot of control for them to work with. The chips have been put in a forward A setup for Lynn Vision, and there's no one at all from Rare Atom that side of the map, so you're not going to see that fine too much. The burst towards B, nade stack, decent. A lot of damage onto Sue, but not quite finishing the player off, so he lives to fight. Later on in the round here, first kill could be a big deal. They're moving down con. Summer is holding. Not going to get checked. It's a 2-man setup to hold this. Actually, they give a freebie back across. It's getting a bit messy. They've lost a member here. The bomb on the long run around. Not going to have a lot of time to get that bomb down, so this site better be clear by the time he gets there. ChildKing trying to do that on the entries here. The orb's still around. No time to breathe as Zaka finishes off 2. Surely not going to happen. Tiger miles away. 3 to get through and a bomb plant to try and secure. They're a bit low, though. And he takes 2 easily. Leaving it all down to Kormisu. How does he play this? What options does he have? Tiger hiding in the smoke. However, Kormisu's managed to get in behind him. They swap places here. Oh, the Tech 9 up close. Can't get it done. It's so close. 6 HP the difference. But Lynn Vision will be gifted it by Kormisu.
That is wild. Again, down to that wire. And he played it just a little bit unorthodox. I feel like, though, if you are Rare Atom, there was so many chances to make that a little bit better. And for Tiger, I can understand his willingness to fight because you want to be the one to make the move. But unfortunately, with HP in the way it was, maybe patience would have been the better option. All tied square. Again, 13 apiece. The game that never ends continues in that fashion. Not loads of util for the CT side, funnily enough. You know, looking at kind of Amelia and Starry. Kormisu in a sense as well, but he's already hit the deck, so he doesn't matter.
Oh. Okay. Westmelon is a little nasty with it sometimes. Having a lights out performance, not one that you will see often from the big melon. From the West, whatever that name means. But ultimately, a great performance here on Overpass.
By the way, I did have a little look. The longest best of 5 was apparently 7 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, I don't know that we're beating that. I think the problem is that a CSGO.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, we're never beating a CSGO.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, we could, but then it's kind of cringe. You know, do you want the best CS2 BO5? No, you want the best one overall, right? I say best, I mean longest.
Yeah. Let's just go more like longest. Yeah, there's been some pretty decent ones this year. Fairly decent ones. Amelia drops. Westmelon. He's holding to the edge of that smoke. Summer's looking for a gap in behind here, but I don't know. It feels so unlikely. I think he's been spotted and he should be dead to the right momentarily. Zacko will make sure. Advantage Lynn Vision. Once again. Question being now for Lynn Vision, 2 rounds away. And you're in this spot early in regulation and unable to close it. Can you do it now? We go back and towards that T side. And there was moments of brilliance on the T side too.
Yeah, we'll see if they can replicate it. As the closeout, just a couple rounds away for Lynn Vision. If they get this first one, hit 15 nice and early, that would be pretty sweet for them, I would imagine. That being said, it always felt like Rare Atom's CT side is where they did the best work, so yeah, there is a clash here. But Lynn Vision, man, those B plays, those B executes were so effective. I think that's kind of what they're going back towards. At least they want to. Maybe they've been scared off and they have a feeling confident move at short. Why would you go for that? Well, there's 4 players on B, so making the right call here to move away.
I could put the unorthodox angle on towards sandbags. The double stack is super dangerous, so they try and make their way either through con or through short. But with Kormisu being left there, generally he's always been the lurk presence, but the bomb's going to come join him. So in 45 seconds, looks like they want to go for a B split. Kormisu isn't generally the one that they're using to open up sites, but it feels like with Zaka rotated back over, that must be the case here. Here's where this elevated angle did have an opportunity to punish, but it can't. 25 seconds, guys. We got to go.
Where, though? Yeah, they really don't have many options. The bomb has to charge in here and get planted. So, again, it needs to be a clear path onto the site. Tiger with some easy pickings here. Flasher's coming round. Need to help him out. That's the bomb hitting the deck with not enough time. Not quite. However, nobody survived the onslaught. And Rare Atom gifted around as Lynn Vision guessing, scratching their heads on what to do.
Yeah, that was so indecisive from them. It's never a good sign. They actually just fundamentally run out of ideas, right? You got Zaka who goes and joins Kormisu back over towards the B side, but they don't do anything with that, and then they make a panicked and flustered late round move, and it's just so easy. For the Rare Atom side that are ingrained in towards that A side, they don't have to move, they don't have to do anything by any means particular. Oh, so simple. One of the rare times we've seen Lynn Vision really actually just fall apart at the seams.
Slow build up towards short. Might be our first battle zone here. Kormisu pretty low as well. Forced forwards by a Molotov. Yeah, really trying to create that kill. And they do just that. Perfect stuff. Rare Atom then. CT side off to a flying start. A very important round here, as always, getting 15 first. You don't like to admit it, but it's a good feeling. Just to know that you ain't going to lose this one in overtime. At least not yet. Oh, Zaka. Not quite quick enough. Shaves off the top of his head, I'm sure, but unfortunately the helmet strong enough, it would seem.
"35 seconds again." Guys, we are leaving this so late. Leaving this very late indeed. That's a great molly. The timing on that denies Amelia from getting that front bathroom control. Truly, he's going to be sent towards the fight. Missed shot by the AWP. Going to try and fall back. That nade couldn't have been better placed, as well as Amelia with the support of Summers. M4 bullets are shutting down the push. That's the bomb, and Tiger's gone for 2. He'll eventually fall, but it does not matter. Zaka, what can you do? Time runs out, and he misses his shot to make matters all the more worse. He might die here, in fact, and he will. Zaka's left on 2.8k. Granted, there is cash to go around. But man alive, that's 2 back-to-back rounds where Lynn Vision just fall apart at the seams. It's not even like Rare Atom are doing anything in particular too special here. In terms of the seed side, they're just sitting on the sides, and Lynn Vision are taking way too long to make a decision about what they want to do. And that might have just cost them a Pro League spot.
There is a decent chance here. Yeah, I think a wild way for those couple rounds to come down to it. And again, in similar fashion, you know, they get an idea in their heads. They really want it to work. It doesn't work. And then they go back to it and try again. You see it so many times from teams of this region that it's like, this is the plan. Kind of have to keep fresh. You can't keep trying stuff if it ain't working, especially when you're just squeezed in, guys. You have no space. You have no time to work with. And like you say, it may well have just cost them everything. This whole afternoon, evening, morning of Counter-Strike for them. And that Pro League spot coveted. So it is. So very valuable to teams of this region. And Lynn Vision now staring down the barrel of defeat. They have to somehow fend this one off.
Yeah, it is really worrying. You know, when you see 2 rounds with the same errors, the same issues. Not what you want. Pop shot by Tiger doesn't connect. He had a pretty slow second half into the OT, but he's warmed up these last few rounds. On the flip side as well, you look towards some of the individuals, bar Westmelon, slowed down a tad. Zaka not being able to have that impact. Starry, as we're in round 30 on 9 kills. Never what you want to see from a guy who is fundamentally so important to this side.
Yeah, a couple things to point fingers at. A, execute to save the day. Maybe now's the time for the likes of Starry, the likes of Lynn Vision. He opens up.
Oh,
there's some trades back. It's Westmelon says, get out of the way. With 20 seconds left here. Entries into the site. Lihang is pretty far from this one. ChildKing, meanwhile, is absolutely miles away. So I don't know what's going on over there. They're trying to group together here and take out Lihang. Could be a poison chalice. Westmelon, though, just remains so crisp. And it is all on to ChildKing.
Stick it.
They're going to clear things out. Yeah, maybe try. It's on the other side of the site, I think, unfortunately. So it is pretty cleanly planted for them. And he's trying to just thin the numbers as best he can before getting in there. Still, the smoke is decent, but Westmelon says, nope. Here we go again.
4 kills for Westmelon. And a second overtime required. I mean, like we were saying, in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. Like, let's just give us everything. Like, we're already on track. We surely got to be pushing towards the longest CS2 match. I don't even know. There's obviously a few people who will have a much better idea, but
I don't see how there'd be one longer.
Same here.
Do you know what I mean?
Literally.
Like, we've got 2 double overtimes, 3 max regulation. Just it feels logically there can't be a game longer than this.
Yeah, like surely not. Unless there was like some obscure like tier 3 best of 5, you know what I mean? But like,
this is it. Even then,
I don't know what day it is. Like, what is happening?
You're at the level where you have to try to make it long. You know what I mean? Like surely by now a series like this would be over. You're just sort of messing about if it goes longer than this sort of vibe. If this goes like triple or quadruple overtime, like I'm like, come on guys, like what are we doing?
I'm gonna get checked out. I'm gonna start asking serious questions. But then again, it's 5 in the morning for these guys now, so like I can't. It's a 5 or a 4? Maybe it's 4.
I think it would be 4.
That's 4.
I don't know.
4:15 in the morning. So I can't hate. I really can't. I can't imagine what I'd be like after a series this long at nearly 4:30 in the morning. Early kills. Traded both ways. Starry. So low. Single digit HP for him. Never mind. He's dead. HE sees him off. ChildKing doesn't clear Westmelon. Back into a 2 versus 2. American Tiger of the HP. But it's the 2 big hitters to Lynn Vision as Westmelon's crossing towards 40 kills. Zaka on the brink of 30 of his own.
Absolutely insane to think. Zaka goes flying round to just try and bait out the orb. Not going to happen. Tiger closes it. And Rare Atom back in. You know, they are certainly providing themselves. Just once in a while, Westmelon is unstoppable. 16 for them. And their CT side has been good. There's a way. There is a way, I think, for them to find a flawless half hit.
There's a way. It's Dust Illusion speaking there, I think, mate. The fatigue started to get to us all. But I to a degree as well, partly, I mean, judged by some of those T-side rounds from Lynn Vision, maybe I'm starting to believe a little bit, because the 2 they lost in quick succession, well, I say quick, where they just left things too late, were tough to watch. Oh my god, Tiger. He is stepping up. Of course, Rare Atom went through big changes midway through this year, dropping Kaze, picking up Tiger, and inherently a bit of a risk picking up Tiger as well. Was he ready for this level? Seems like the answer is right in front of us. 28 and 20 for him, 2 kills in the round. And a 17th brewing.
Some are down below. Someone's just randomly shot. Not quite sure what that was about, but he's got some info. You know, doesn't really give them much. Could be going A, could be going B. Still doesn't decide anything. Slow build up towards B here. They do have some utility to work with. But they are missing their key piece. That would be Westmelon and the sort of other slightly smaller key piece of Zaka. So the unlikely ragtag bunch of the rest of Lynn Vision going to have to try and piece this one together. Amelia suddenly alone. And just too many targets, man. Rare Atom move up to 17 pretty smoothly.
Yeah, nice work from them. Nice work. So maybe you won't be too deluded with the flawless, because that's it's such a nice round. Tiger's been a bit of a joy to watch as well. We've spoken a lot about Zaka, and I think individually, you know, his flicky style of play is so aesthetic, but Tiger just has so much consistency across this series. I was just checking as well, of course, simultaneously we've got Paravision taking on Sinners, right, over in EU. And that game started 4 hours after us, and they're heading in towards their 3rd map.
Incredible work.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Lee Hang. Certainly hanging about. Try and find that first kill. Not presenting just yet. I think Lynn Vision going back to square one here. Yeah, the contact, cheeky move out B. May well work for them. Molly damage is decent. Lovely little contact flash, though. And you can see it works. It really does. Summer's the only one to have found a kill, but it's just over, man. Amelia leading that charge. Tiger might as well give it a look here, but surely not going to happen for him. Nice little nade touchdown. Ooh, there's some timing. There's no one really around to trade Amelia, so all of a sudden 4v1 turns 2v1. Just has no info, doesn't know where to look, and is suspicious of someone near him, behind him, not quite sure. Only got flashes as well. Smoke going to start going down now, so you have to tease them out with a tap on the bomb, really. And they are surely not going to move at all. A little later, and they will spot that he's not there. They will hear that he's not there, but not getting overzealous. They will be gifted number 16.
Yeah, they will. Felt like there was at one point a bit of legs behind it, but not to be. For Tiger, it was just too tall a task for him. He needed a quad clutch at the end of the 1 versus 4. It was just never going to be the case. Timeout taken by Rear Atom heading in towards their T side. In a way, the T side can't be worse than some of the rounds we saw from Lynn Vision where they left things so late, so I really don't mind it. For every overtime you get another attack pause, so why not use it? And like we said, we're here to set records now at this point. First to 19, Rear Atom 2 away.
Yeah, I mean, that does sort of paint it for you. Still been a while now since they were on this T side. Got to try and deliver 1 or 2 clean rounds for us. Keep us convinced, keep us in the conversation about the Rare Atom victory, which at one point felt kind of likely. It really did. A keen start on Ancient, 7-0, I think. I'm pretty sure. But yes, they really started off well onto what could have been their 3-1. But they... Oh, wait. That can't be right. Train. It was in Train. I'm looking across the... Okay. I caught myself. Yeah, I caught myself. 7-0 on Train? That also can't be right. They didn't start off that strong, did they? I don't know anymore. But there was a chance for them to win 3-1. I'm sure of that.
Yes, yeah, there was.
And they've let it slip all the way here. All the way here. They've just been fumbling all the way here to the double overtime of the 5th map.
Yeah. Do you know what I just thought about as well? I don't know why this took me so long to kind of click into my head. There's actually no way that these guys are in China. The major's in like, 5 days or whatever. They're in Europe already.
That would make sense.
Yeah. They're in Europe.
That would make life a lot easier not having to play at 4 a.m. But yeah, you'd be pretty cooked on the way to the major. Pretty cooked from the side of West Melon. But yeah, the story just gets crazier and crazier the more you look at it.
Yeah, they're both from boot camp. They must be. Heading, prior to the major, make sure that all the visas and whatnot are fine. So yeah, it's late, but it's not as late. In China currently it's 20 past 4. It's 4:20. It is 4:20 exactly right now. So there's no way they'll be up at this time. 17 apiece. 2 rounds in succession required to close it out here in double OT. Oh, we go again. Of course we do as well. I don't trust either of these sides at the moment to get 2 back-to-back. He breaks open. Starry. It's actually a great move. And credit to him for making that move, despite it being a very slow kind of map from him, and at times even the series too. Hasn't lost a shred of that confidence. ChildKing has gone on his own. Oh, it's a great reaction. What a flick from ChildKing. Amelia caught, and he can now just run all the way. He, with the lack of response, no one's here, but Zach is moving in behind. Oh.
He can able to net one. Will it be enough? Looking for another. Gonna get it. Oh, he's traded from the side. Unfortunate that he doesn't have the opportunity to reset for that fight because he's done a lot of work to really give Call Me Sue even a slim but a chance. Ooh, that is your deep into map 5.
Yeah.
Whoopsie daisy. Kind of fair enough. I would have been doing that a long time ago. Call Me Sue. Oh, doesn't quite net the planter, but he will. Second time of asking. All going to be down to ChildKing on the AWP. Interested to see what he can find with this. Smoke going down onto that bomb. Misses his shot, and Sue clutches up in a super, super pivotal round. Zaka with the 2-piece to get them back in, and Sue with the 2v1 to get it over the line.
Oh my god. Zaka, he does so well to give them kind of a look in towards this round, but it all comes down to Sue in that 1 versus 2. That is a fumble there by Rare Atom. Map Series Pro League point once again. They had it at the end of regulation. They squandered it. Will it be the same story here? Rare Atom, one more chance to survive.
All to play for. And it's funny, isn't it? We've sat here for hours. And yet it all comes down to this one moment. All for naught. If Rare Atom lose here. Kind of all for everything if Lynn Vision do take it. A series that they will not forget quickly. And you can feel it. A minute gone in the round, and just hardly anything's gone down. Rare Atom playing things very slowly indeed. Lynn Vision trying to guess. We've had some nade stackage come in. Vision somewhat panicked as well. What do we do? How do we respond here?
Well, you look towards someone like Zaka, don't you? A difference maker in rounds. Divider smoke broken open. Will replenish, but there's a gap that Zaka can work with there, so he stays trained. How quick is the click for him? Good timing on that CT molly. Look at the time as well. 20 seconds. We've got to go, boys. This bomb needs to go down. Amelia could make or break this round. And potentially the map, the series, but he fumbles it. Westmelon gonna get 2. He's still here. Looks for more, but he can't deliver, and it's all on Zaka in a 1 versus 3. Nave's gonna come over. Can't deny as well. And it should be all she wrote, but it's a great shot from him. 1 versus 3 to 1 versus 2. Zaka got a kit in his back pocket and a flash to wield as well. Tiger so low. And Summer unpeaking. He's got to drop down at some point. There he is. Oh my god, he goes back to silent. No way. If he can get Summer first, that'd be huge. He misses the shot. And we go again. We go again. Triple overtime. These two sides will not give up.
Man, the silent drop had me believing.
I know.
And then he was just so sold on Monster, I guess. If he'd kept the 5-7 out, bro. Could have been a hell of a way for it to close out, but not the way it goes. Going to be a long one.
We're past that point. It is a long one.
Yeah. That's for sure. I'm started stretching now, you know. I've not stood up for an hour and a half now. Been sat most of the day. My doctor's going crazy. Not good for me. Can't be good for these guys either, I would imagine. How high is their blood pressure right now? It's going to be through the roof, I am sure. But that's what we're here for. That's what we've signed up for. Lovely creation of that first kill. As Lee Hang will fall.
Okay. So a eerily quiet start off the back of Lee Hang's death. Maybe the cogs just worrying a little bit for Rare Atom of basically what we want to do. Oh, Tiger though. Nice find. Zaka hits the deck. Starry will get a response. Rightfully cautious off this swing. It's Amelia caught by Summer as he moves forward. There's still 2 more players here to meet them.
Starry. Mollied off. Trying to stick around, but the molly's just too good. And a deeper one as well to force him even further back is a lovely touch. Westmelon, however, completely unchecked. Bit of work, but he does get the kill. USB one tap round the corner. Comical. Lynn Vision to get the first here in our 3rd bout of overtime.
Of course, we jokingly said in for a penny, in for a pound, but it really is coming back to bite us. This game continues on, but Lynn Vision take first blood in OT3, and I guess now because of it, start scaling your way forward. What's the response like though for Rare Atom? At times, something as simple as that opening kill which they got in the previous round for the CT side can go such a long way, and Cormisu gonna get it again. Lee hanging on to one back, but of course, Mr. Inevitable as Westmelon finds his 48th kill of this map. I know the most kills in regulation is Poi with 36 or 38. But I don't know, what is the most including overtimes? I'd always assume it's probably somebody like Donk, to be honest, but who knows?
Yeah, I think there's got to be someone who's hit 50. And then you have the, like, how many overtime kind of argument. It's going to be up there, though. Certainly looking good in our game. Another one for Lynn Vision. Rare Atom just petering out here. You can feel it, you know, just really lacking that same spark that they had.
Shall I look it up? Oh, Senzu. Of course. At the major. 56.
In how many OTs?
5.
5?
Yeah.
Crazy work.
Well, according to ChatGPT.
Yeah. Okay.
I was
Third
there.
analyst.
Yeah, the third analyst. I was there, but, you know, it was a blur.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that was like the day that I was deathly ill.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was against G2. I remember it was on Dust2? Pretty sure it was Dust2. I'm not going to count out Westmelon just yet.
No, that's true.
He's only second off matching it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he might be.
And he's had a lot of multi-kill rounds.
Yeah. Really has bailed them out. I mean,
Yeah.
saved them from defeat.
So many times as well.
Well, yeah, so many times. But in the second overtime, right? He took us to get to the 3rd, I believe. Or it might even have just been the 1st. It gets a little difficult here, guys. There's a lot to think about. There really is. But he saved them from defeat numerous times. Just purely by existing. At this point, to be honest, because he's just got so many kills. Really important round here. First time we would see a team finding all 3 in a row if Lynn Vision pulled this off. And there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Rare Atom have unfortunately taken a bite out of the poisoned apple. Same one that Lynn Vision had all the way in regulation, just winding the clock down falsely. 15 seconds, not a single kill just yet. Get the words out of course, and now the CT side are going to start them coming, and they will not stop. Bomb has spilled. Tiger can't do anything. And Lynn Vision have got 3 attempts to get it done.
Surely now, this is where they can go about it. A flawless CT side. We've not seen that yet in the OTs. They just need to fumble and stumble their way across the line in one of these T-side rounds, and they book their spot to Pro League. I mean, it should have happened all the way back in regulation. But But it might be about to happen here. 18 to 21. A flawless off on the CT needed in response from Rare Atom. And fatigue may have just got the better of them. Let's see. Potentially the last hurrah for this Rare Atom side. And after a game like this, heartbreaking to say the least.
Wild. As Lee Hang will find the first through the smoke here. So there is life in the old dog yet. Is it enough, however? Maybe going to need one, maybe even two more to fully secure this one. There's a chance for Lynn Vision to get back in, but it is the big man, to be fair, which does make a difference, it feels, at this stage. Zaka on the AWP still remains looking for this first kill.
Okay, under a minute now. Nice nade on towards ChildKing. Molly as well, and Zaka will see him off.
Just grabbed a hard pause, though. I don't know, you know, big find, and they're just not doing anything with it. Another wind the clock down situation here. 25 seconds now. Contact flash. Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Lee Hang is so blind. Oh my god, Zaka's got an assist on every single one.
Of course.
The perfect flash. Tiger, once again, is left to do it all by himself on this AWP. Lynn Vision surely have done enough. I would seriously consider a different career path if Tiger wins this one, to be honest with you. But we'll see. Deagle up close. Going to be deleted, and Lynn Vision have done it. They will take Season 50 of ECL here in Asia Pacific, and they will take that Pro League spot. See you at Season 23 of Pro League. Absolutely wonderfully deserved, as a wild game as we get to the end of it for sure. But there were moments of excitement. There was moments of disbelief.